been a painful and difficult few weeks for our city, but for none more than the family and loved ones of Mr. Tyree Nichols. Please join me in a brief word of prayer for the Nichols family. Lord, we come before you today thanking you for another opportunity to come on behalf of fellow citizens. And right now, we lift up the Tyree Nichols family. We just pray for strength and comfort for them. We ask for this investigation to go well according to your will, Lord God. And we just pray for all involved, the city, Mayor Strickland, the city, as well as all the citizens and the families of Mr. Nichols. We pray for all to go according to your will. And we just thank you for the opportunity to serve and come before you on behalf of our fellow citizens. It's in Jesus' name that we pray, and we thank you for our blessings. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you all, and we just want to continue to keep our city and all of the leaders and officials and everyone involved. We want to keep everyone lifted in prayer and be compassionate during this time. And as we go forward, I'd just like to thank everyone and remind you ahead of time that this is an active investigation, and therefore limits are going to be placed on the discussion and what can be discussed. But I would like to thank MPD for your communication, administration for your communication, and hope that there will be an opportunity for open dialogue within the next few weeks, now that or once the investigation has totally concluded. So please be mindful and respectful of that fact. And thank you all for media and everyone for being here. With that being said, we are going to begin. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda, report from MPD on unit response times and improvement plan. All council districts requested by Councilman Covett. Councilman Covett, you're recognized. If you have anything you want to say.
No, ma'am.
Okay.
I'm
right.
sorry, am I in the queue? No, ma'am, I'm not in the queue.
All right. Those of you that will be speaking on this matter, if you would give your name and address, and you are recognized and can begin.
Good morning. My name is Mike Spencer. I'm the administrator for the Memphis Police Department's Emergency Communications Bureau, responsible for 911 and dispatch times for the Memphis Police Department. So, yeah, I was asked to come in and talk about response times this morning. If we go to the first slide, I know the request was for MPD. Do I need somebody to drive? Thank you. So the request was for MPD response times broken down by council district. We're not able to provide that data because we're broken down by wards and stations. But I gave you 3 slides that we can talk about. The first slide shows response times for the last 4 years. Go on to the second slide. Second slide is just a breakdown of those times in minutes. So you can see the times for 22 compared to 21, 20, and 19. And then the third slide is for our broken down by station. I think that's the best we can do in relation to council districts. I do want to provide some clarity on our response time. So we don't hold any calls for service. In my office, when we receive a call from 911 or our non-emergency line, we create that call for service, and we're going to assign the first available officer to that call. If we do not have an officer available, we broadcast the call over the air so that the officers have that situational awareness. If we do that a couple of times, we'll notify a lieutenant, a supervisor in the field to let them know that we have these calls holding. And then we dispatch on priority. So the higher the priority, we assign that in my office. If it's something serious or life-threatening, that's always going to get dispatched on ahead of something to where there's no potential loss for life or injury.
Quick question, if I can just jump in.
Yes, sir.
I noticed how, for example, Austin P and Mount Moriah are taking a longer response time. Are those larger wards and precincts?
Yeah, they're larger geographic areas. So the challenge is, trying to get from one end of the precinct to the other. And like I said, We try to keep officers in their assigned areas of response, but if we don't have an officer available, we're going to pull them from somewhere else in the station. So they may be crossing all the way across that. Other factors that go into it, we look at Appling Farms, and the majority of their calls for service out there in that area are accident calls, and it takes officers about 2 hours to clear an accident call, whereas something downtown where they're a check on the welfare of a panhandler may only take a few minutes. So even though we try to divide the calls for service up evenly, it just depends on how long it takes to respond and clear those scenes so they're available for the next call.
Okay, so I can, so this is basically the average response time, whether it's the welfare of a citizen in distress or it's an armed robbery, I guess, for lack of better words. Basically, we're saying that the average response time for any and all calls for Austin P is almost 29 minutes?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay.
Now, we can break it down by priority, and I can provide that information to you, but for our most high-priority calls, where it's maybe a shooting, abduction, or carjacking, our average response time last year was 7.75 minutes. So as we prioritize those, we're going to get to those faster, but these times provided today are the overall that include report calls, everything altogether encompassed.
Okay, because having talked to people, they had to wait a lot longer than 7.5 minutes when something like that was going on. I guess my next question is, I noticed how if you compare, and I'm just now digesting these numbers,
Yes, sir.
but if you take any of the 2019 numbers versus the 22 response time averages, and I just, again, take the ones right in front of me. January 2019 took you 12, little shade more than 12 minutes, and now it takes you 19 minutes, 7-minute difference, give or take. What do you feel is, because unless I'm mistaken, we had about the same number of officers, about the same in 2019 versus 2022. What has increased the response time?
The call for service has increased. The number of calls for service that we're responding to. Last year we did 760,000. When we look back at 2021, we were at 699,000. So we are seeing an increase in call for service. It's just reallocating resources and constantly moving them around, trying to make sure that they're closer to where we anticipate or forecast calls for service coming in.
All right, I'm just more curious. I think I know the answer to this, but are the same number of officers, for lack of better words, assigned to Austin P as are assigned to Airways?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so what we're saying is to the council members, especially that are covered by Austin P, Rains, Mount Moriah, Appling Farms, that'd be me, part of it. So what we're saying is we have the same number of officers covering a larger area, so therefore the response time has gone up and the number of calls for service have gone up. Is that a true statement so far?
That's a true statement.
Has there been any, I know we've talked about potentially shifting the number of officers around, and that's flashpoint, I don't even want to get into that. But has there ever been any discussion potentially of reshaping, for lack of, and again, I know this is kind of different areas of town, but Austin P, Rains, Mount Moriah, potentially adding different wards, precincts, maybe shifting around a little bit?
Yeah, so there are efforts and conversations that have started about redistricting to look back at it. In 2013, when we redistricted the whole police department, we really took it from a calls for service perspective and tried to divide it evenly above the precincts. What we've learned over the years that, as I stated before, it takes longer to handle an accident. It takes longer to get from one end of town to the other. So we're looking at all those factors, trying to factor in travel time and drive time, time of day, and then the time it takes to handle these calls for service to clear and get back in service. So that effort's underway. There's also an effort underway to stagger some shifts to kind of cover those overlaps and bring half the shift in early. Those are the two big efforts that I think the conversations that are happening that can drive down call times immediately.
Okay, could you repeat the two things? Because I want to set up a follow-up on that. So we're setting up different shifts or reimagining the shifts, and what else are we doing?
redistricting all of the police precincts and wards. So that conversation's been going on for a little bit. We're going to have to bring in, some analysts and some people that can dive down into the data to kind of help us with thoroughfares, traffic, time of day, so that we can recarve out those wards and precincts so that we've got officers kind of aggregated to the areas that they need to be in.
All right, Councilman Ford has been in the council longer than I have, but for 7 years, we've talked about this potential redistricting. So here's my concern, okay? Yes. It's a call for service, and it's an automobile accident or something, and the people don't say that there's gunfire or there's broken neck. I mean, something that's not requiring immediate, very fast response. Well, their home alarm goes off, and it calls the police, and they have to wait 29 minutes. Well, these response times are going up. So I guess my question is, when can we potentially get an answer to this redistricting possibility or this reimagining the shifts to address this? Because the concern I have is the response times are going up, and I know the calls are going up. I get it, but we've got to work with what we've got currently. So how do we fix it, and when are you going to potentially give us some solutions?
I don't have the answer today of when that's going to happen. I do know that in May of 22, when they deleted the Delta shift and moved those officers to the Charlie shift, if you look on that third slide, you can see where that made an impact. It started bringing it down. So if we look at May of 2022, response times were closer to 25 minutes. And when we realigned and put all those officers on our busiest hours of the day, covering that Charlie shift, we kind of got back in line. So that was, an effort that was fruitful, and we could immediately see the impact that had. And so we'll continue to look at the other efforts that we're exploring to further improve that.
Well, I hear what you're saying, but the concern I have is March, you went from 12 to 18, that's 6 minutes. I'm going from 2019 to 2022. And July, you went from 13 to 20, or 14 to 20, I'm rounding up. I mean, it's the same 6 minutes. And you're telling me that in 2022, May, Delta got folded into Charlie time shifts. I guess I know you're not the final decision maker, but I guess my question is, these response times are scary, because if I've got to wait 29 minutes just because my alarm went off and I didn't know to say some of the right words to get immediate response, I could be sitting there with potentially very bad situation. Domestic violence can't wait 29 minutes. And again, I'm not here to beat you up, I promise. But I wish to put forward how important it is that these numbers are telling us a story, that we've got to work with what we have to reimagine whatever we need to reimagine to get these response times back to 12, 13 minutes as opposed to 30, I guess, in certain Austin P. Does that kind of make sense where I'm driving it?
Yes, and apologize for not having all the answers today. From my standpoint in my shop, we are very concerned about this as well. I've been here for 23 years and don't like to see the response times and the hold times where they're at. So my dispatchers are constantly working, communicating with supervisors out in the field, doing everything that we can with the manpower that we have to improve those response times each and every day. And we constantly prioritize and shift. So we may have officers en route to something that's a lower priority. When that call comes in, that's a higher priority, and we know that we need to get someone there, we'll divert them, as efficiently as we can. So we continue to work with, in the confines of what we have. And I do know there's conversations on the police department, though, to improve these response times across. I just don't have the full plans with me today.
And I'm asking for solutions. I'm not trying to beat you up, and the fact that you don't have an answer, no problem. Get the answers, come back, and we'll visit again in a couple of weeks or whenever you need. But I think our goal has to be to lower these response times, and I think our goal has to be, unless 500 officers magically somehow get through the program and are sworn in, which is not going to happen, I think we obviously have to work with what we've got. So give me the answers, please, or give me a time frame for the answers to get us where we need to go. Fair enough?
Yes, sir. Fair.
All right. That's all for my thoughts right now, Madam Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington, you're recognized.
For the traffic calls, do the officers have to stay the entire time, or is there a way that the PSTs can come in and take over so that those officers can go to other calls?
Yeah, so the PSTs that's the first person we would send on an accident call, but we've outpaced, the accidents outpaced the number of PSTs we have, so we'll have to send uniform patrol. If there's an opportunity to send a PST, then for sure that's what my office tries to accomplish. But many times officers are passed by accidents, maybe on the way to something else or maybe just clearing. So they've got a duty to go ahead and stop and take that scene. And they're not going to leave the scene until the records have loaded up and they know that everybody's safe and another accident, another car doesn't come across and cause another accident. So,
Do you think we need more PSTs?
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, with the number of crashes, let's see. So accidents is the fourth highest call for service type that we have. So that data kind of drives that, more PSTs we would benefit from that and be able to utilize them.
I'd like to recognize Councilman Carlisle and Canali that have arrived. Anyone else have any comment, questions? I would also like to, before we close, I would like to note that in your, when you return, in your follow-up, if you could just speak to the fact that if one precinct pretty much year over year has much higher response time or longer response time, you would think that that would take priority. So I would like to know what the plan is specifically for that precinct, even if you all have not worked out everything else. But I do want to know, as it relates to Austin P., which is in my district, what the plan is, because year over year, it seems to be that it is the largest, as you've said, or a very large one, and so there needs to be some strong consideration for what's going on in that district. I'd appreciate that. And if there's no, Councilman Carlisle?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Happy New Year, colleagues. I'm sorry I missed you. Last night, I was saying, the last night at the forum was awesome. I think, Jones, you were there. Yes, no? Yeah. Response times, one of the issues that I've heard out on amongst the rank and file, we've talked about, I know somebody mentioned the Delta shift going away and kind of the transition, but also equipment. My understanding is that we have an equipment issue with vehicles and other, what I'll call CapEx items that can cause shift issues. There was an incident in East Memphis that could have turned very, very poorly last week, which may have prompted some of this commentary. But my understanding is sometimes we'll have officers come in and other officers ready to go out, and there's, I guess, as they turn over those vehicles, there's a special vernacular, but basically it says the car's got to be serviced or isn't available or isn't ready. And I guess and this may be more for general services, but we've appropriated money for new vehicles. I'd like to see a fleet report and major equipment report that causes a stall in the changeover. If we're not going to allow for the extra shift or for these this kind of crossover through the deal, like if we're having an issue getting major capital items like vehicles ready to go out and there's a gap, that creates a huge problem, especially when you have large precincts like Appling Farms that cover a large geographic area. That's a real problem. We've talked for decades, I'll just say for years here at least, about boots on the ground. Like I can understand that. Like we're addressing that as best we can, but then to have capital items like this be a problem too. So if we get a fleet report or any other issues that cause delays that are actually occurring on the ground, and if we don't get it that's satisfactory to us, then I'm sure the council has no problem going out and talking to these officers that are actually on the ground doing it with or without the brass, but I'm hoping we can do it together. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Let's let the record also reflect that Chairman Jones has joined us. Anyone else? If If there's nothing else, and none other business before this committee is now adjourned.
Michael Spencer, civilian.
Call the roll.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Covette. Councilman Warren. Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Chair Ford.
Present. All right, we have two items on the agenda today. The first item is a presentation on the state of Memphis economy from the Greater Memphis Chamber. Who do we have here? All right, Mr. White, how are you today?
I'm doing well, thank you,
All
Chairman
right.
Ford.
All right.
I'm Bobby White, Chief Government Relations Officer. My address, 7616 Proud Land Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38119. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm truly privileged to be here with you on this day, and Happy New Year to those of you who I have not seen. We appreciate the opportunity to be here today with members of our team. I want to appreciate you, Councilwoman Logan, for the conversation and for this opportunity for us to be able to be here and present. I do want to just, as a point of reference, before I will bring forward our President and CEO, Ted Townsend, I do just want to give just a little historical, because it's interesting the year that we're in. We're in the 185th year of the Chamber's existence, Greater Memphis Chamber. It is one of the oldest chambers of commerce in the nation. It is one of the 7 founding members of the U.S. Chamber. But we are also in the 10th year of the Chairman's Circle. The Chairman's Circle is the top level from small business to multinational organizations that helped to form the Chairman's Circle 10 years ago. And what that meant is that for 10 years, the Chamber has not received funding from the city for operations. We are the tip of the spear when it comes to business recruitment and retention, and that has been done over these last 10 years without funding from city government. Many of you remember that time. I was in City Hall when that happened, and so it's 10 years since that has happened. I want to bring forward now the President and CEO, and let me thank you all. Last time we were here, you were honoring our former CEO, our outgoing Beverly Robertson. We appreciate you for recognizing her being there at a critical moment in our time and history as a city. But now at this critical moment in our time and history, we have the perfect personality who has previously led ECD for the state of Tennessee, brings a wealth of background and information to this position. He's Ted Townsend, President and CEO, and we'll bring him forward now and allow him to go further. But thank you all again for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Bobby. Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. Ted Townsend, 97 Monroe Avenue, number 501-38103. Councilwoman Logan, thank you for this opportunity and the request. I know many of you came to the State of the Economy at the Memphis Botanic Gardens, and we understand that you all want to see this in context of Memphis. We learned about the economy at a national level, and we're happy to recap some of the highlights from that morning. But we have also created a presentation that gives you a little more information about the Memphis economy and where we see things moving forward. So thank you for this opportunity, as always, to share our story and to equip the public with information about why our economy is growing at this time. I think it's important to note and for everyone to realize that. But first, let me recognize, if we can bring the slide presentation up, I would be grateful. I want to recognize our team. So with the next slide, you're going to see the new executive leadership team that we have built at the Greater Memphis Chamber during my tenure. We're waiting for it to advance. All right, here we are. So as Bobby mentioned, I'm Ted Townsend, President and CEO of the Greater Memphis Chamber. Bobby is our Chief Government Relations Officer. You know him well. Amy Daniels is our Chief Communications Officer. Ted Ferris is the Senior Vice President and Chief Administrative Officer. Gwen Fisher, whom you'll hear from here in a moment, is our Chief Economic Development Officer. Amity Schuyler is our Chief Innovation Officer and Senior VP of Workforce Development. Nancy Coffey is our Senior VP of the Chairman's Circle, which Bobby described. Lydia Holmes is our Director of Public Policy and Advocacy. Sandra Howell is our Vice President of Talent, Innovation, and Community Development. You'll hear from Sandra in a little while. Tikora Murray is our Executive Director of the Greater Memphis Economic Research Group, or GMERGE. Jessica Mosley is our Director of Community Development. You'll hear from Jessica shortly. Ryan Poe, Director of Communications. Diamond Young, Director of Market Strategy. Lisa Lovell is Director of Chairman Circle Engagement. Chris Stewart is Director of Finance. DeQuanda Smith is our Sales Manager. Eric Stevenson, who's here this morning, is Director of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion. And then Courtney Blanchard is the Chief of Staff. So I just wanted to let you all see who the leadership is at the Greater Memphis Chamber. We're really proud to have this team assembled, and they're all dedicated to relentlessly pursuing prosperity for all. Next slide, please. So this is a market overview. Got a few top-line stats there. Our total MSA population as of 2022, our total real gross regional product represents $88.3 billion. We have a total regional employment of 740,000 individuals participating in our economy and a cost of living score of 92.5. Some of the key highlights, and I'll take you back in time to 2018 with the Great Recession. It took the Memphis MSA 10 years to recover from the recession, but it only took us 2 years to recover from the pandemic. And I think that's significant to note that from February 2020 to February 2022, we were able to recover while it took the U.S. 2.5 years to recover from the pandemic job loss. So jobs in the U.S. exceeded the pre-pandemic high by 0.6%, whereas the Memphis MSA has seen job growth beyond the pre-pandemic record of 2%. And in fact, 7 of the last 9 months, the Memphis MSA has broken the total employment record, 7 of the last 9 months. So we're seeing a record high of people working now. Now, the U.S. real nominal GDP grew by 9.6% between 2020 and 2021, and the Memphis area nominal GDP grew by 10.1%. So again, outpacing the national average of growth. So we've outpaced the national average in recovery, and now we're outpacing GDP growth at the national level. And most recently, I think it's important to share the accolades and how we are being recognized nationally. Memphis was named by, one of the best, in fact, top 4 cities for jobs in 2023 by Glassdoor, with 2 of our Memphis companies ranking among the best employers nationwide, St. Jude and FedEx. Probably no surprise there. But I can't recall a time when Memphis was ranked in the top 10, much less the top 5 in cities for job opportunities. So what that spells to us, and this is an employment rate trend, obviously you see the spike. We lost 70,000 jobs in the span of 6 weeks during the pandemic years, starting in 2020. So you see the spike there. But steadily, ever since then, we've seen a decline with now the most recent numbers from September of 2022 with an unemployment rate of 4.14%. And our hope and expectation is that we'll continue to see that trend line decrease the unemployment rate. Next slide, please. So underemployment is also an area of focus for us, and several of these categories reflect more jobs than the population total supports, which supports the fact that we have opportunities to improve skills attainment levels to address underemployment gaps. So there's plenty of opportunity for growth in that area, and you'll hear about some of the workforce development initiatives that we have been leading at the Greater Memphis Chamber from Sandra in a moment. Next slide. You'll see business by size. And the Memphis economy, clearly from this chart, is driven by a majority of small businesses. And it's no surprise that 90% of the Chamber's membership is comprised of small businesses. We understand the importance that they represent to our economy, and we want to do everything that we can to support them in their growth here. Again, during the pandemic, we developed a small business resiliency toolkit, which we deployed, and we have a very thriving and active small business council. So we spend a lot of time devoted to providing resources and marshaling information to them so that they can continue to grow their business model in the Memphis economy. Another accolade, if you will, LendingTree recognized Memphis and Shelby County as one of the leading areas for small business formation in the U.S. And so that's very encouraging, but what we would like to see is that those companies that formed during the pandemic, that they are resilient and that they are continuing to operate. And we want to be there every step of the way during their journey. Next slide, please. So largest occupations, it's probably no surprise to anyone here that we lead in transportation and material moving in the U.S. Again, you see that greater than the national average in 2021 jobs. But other categories obviously reflect that Memphis is pretty equal to the national average in jobs within these occupational categories. So we at the Chamber are focused on bringing more diversification of employers to our community. You'll hear from Gwen in a moment about our project pipeline and what we are seeing in terms of trends for the types of companies that are interested in the Memphis market. I can tell you, these aren't our words, but site selection consultants have said that Memphis and Shelby County is one of the hottest markets right now for project activity. The next slide, please. So largest industries, again, it's probably no surprise here that you're seeing incredible job activity in transportation and warehousing and healthcare, again, very comparable to national averages. Administrative and support, waste management, much higher than the national average. So we see this as certainly opportunity for growth in some of these sectors, but the fact that we are equal or greater than the national average, we see as a win for our economy. Next slide, please. So what you may have missed in the 2023 State of the Economy provided by Chief Economist with McBain, Michael Drury, the next slide you'll see a couple of the points that we felt were very salient to our economy and the outlook for the future. Next slide, please. So the average student loans, we see obviously that as a big risk. That really occurs nationally. The average payment is $393 per month, with 43 million households affected by student loan debt. That is a drag on our economy, obviously. So we want to see continued attention there, and there is no better way to pay back that debt than to have a high-quality job at the end of your educational pathway to address repayment. The next slide. The Drury rule. So when predicting a recession or a boom, one must identify 3 industries or 3 regions which will crash or soar as extremes influence the average. So as he noted, today's losers, really the housing market, but not the automotive industry. Capital spending is a laggard there. But look at today's winners: energy, agriculture, defense, semiconductors, autos, obviously state and local, and nonprofits. What I'm encouraged, and how this is directly relevant to the Memphis economy, is that our project pipeline reflects many of these industry sectors: energy, agriculture, defense, and autos. This region is becoming one of the top regions for electric vehicle attention, and any supplier or product that supports the production of electric vehicles, such as batteries. We would love to see Memphis and this region become a target for the semiconductor manufacturing. There's a lot of policy and investment at the national and federal level in this industry, so we think that Memphis is well poised to be attractive to this because of the modalities of transportation that we offer, but also the high quality water that we have here as well, which is necessary in semiconductor production. So the next slide, we will transition into economic development. I'll ask Gwen Fisher to come up and provide information to you all.
Good morning, everyone. Gwen Fisher, Chief Economic Development Officer for the Greater Memphis Chamber, 2755 Central Avenue, 38111. Thank you so much for having us today. Next slide, please. All right, so my team and I get up every day and commit ourselves to creating high-quality jobs for the entire region. This is a snapshot of our current pipeline, representing both new business recruitment and existing business expansion. And I'll have you note that estimated average wage, that shakes out to almost $26 an hour. Now, the current county median wage is just over $19 an hour. So if we only won half of these projects, that would still have a significant impact on wages in the region. The other thing I'll have you note is that about a third of the projects that are considering operations here in Memphis represent foreign direct investment. These are going to be companies that do not currently have operations in the United States that are considering coming to our area. Now, why is this important? When a company comes into the United States to establish operations, that is new money being injected into our economy. Think of it as adding an entire room to your house rather than just rearranging the furniture. So we've got some really exciting projects in the pipeline that could have a significant impact not only on wages, but on our overall tax revenues, as you can see from that almost $14 billion proposed capital investment. One of the most important efforts we are going to undertake to win as many of these projects as possible comes in the form of a site development effort. These businesses have to have somewhere to go. That is going to be everything from 15 to 20 acres in a highly urban core to 500 acres where they've got room to grow. We have fantastic infrastructure that most communities would kill for. Our rivers, rails, roads, and runways are an asset that cities simply cannot build, and we have all of it, but we've got to have industrial sites. So you're going to see a lot more activity in this space, and we're taking a very holistic regional approach. We want to look at every type of site, every neighborhood throughout our region, whether it's a greenfield, a brownfield, or an existing building. We're going to turn over the couch cushions and figure out everywhere that we can put these high-quality jobs. Why is this so important? Next slide, please. Prosper 2030. You guys are going to hear us talk about this every single day. This is why we get up. As a community, we have committed to creating 50,000 high-quality jobs, 50% or more of which will be held by minorities in our area. The team is going to recruit more than 700 new advanced industry firms to the area. And we aim to produce more than 20,000 STEM graduates annually. We believe these are the metrics that are required to make our entire region successful and elevate the standard of living for everyone. So Prosper 2030 is our commitment to the communities we serve, and we are so excited to achieve these goals. And to talk just a little bit about how we're doing it at the community level, I'd like to welcome up Ms. Jessica Mosley. Thank you.
Great day, leaders. Good morning. So my department was developed last year, and since then we've conducted tours in Orange Mound, Fraser, Hickory Hill, and Whitehaven. And on these tours, we were on the ground to better understand what the needs of the communities are so we can go back and use our resources and networks to make an impact in these communities. And so we're continuing to connect with these underserved communities by hosting monthly workshops as we've released this year. And so as you see up here, we're having our first workshop in your backyard, Councilwoman Logan, hope you're able to attend. But these workshops will be ways where we can engage community leaders and community residents to understand what's happening in the neighborhood and to also learn how they can empower themselves to take lead in their neighborhoods. So these workshops will be led by Black business leaders to also expose them to these communities, to also show that there is career opportunities in the departments where they work as well. And so we're hoping to continue to partner with different community groups to help elevate the projects that are on the ground and how we can utilize our resources and also steward businesses to be good neighbors in their communities. And with that, I'll now transition to our workforce team. Jessica Mosley, 2593 Hale Avenue.
Good morning. I'm Sandra Howe, 2475 Greencliff Drive in South Haven, Mississippi, 38672. Please don't boo me when I moved here. I didn't know that I should move to Memphis instead of South Haven. I do regret that now. So, good morning. The workforce development team's work is grounded in three basic areas. We're growing talent, we're attracting skilled talent, and we're back to Memphis. And we're also retaining talent, focusing on systematic solutions that support our ecosystem. Why are we doing this? And I'm not sure, do we have extra slides? Go back one slide, please. Okay, great. Thank you. Why are we doing this? It's imperative that Memphis is prepared to meet the growing demands of industry in order to create real economic mobility for all of our residents. Similar to cities and counties across the country, the Memphis region is suffering from weak and misaligned talent pipelines as a result of many factors, including but not limited to an overdependence on the obtainment of four-year degrees for jobs that either don't exist, are difficult to obtain, and/or pay moderate wages. Talent pipelines have also been impacted by negative stereotypes of careers and industries that require skilled labor, which we all know pay sufficient wages for our families and individuals to thrive. Just some key data points. For instance, a high school diploma is the highest credential for 50% of all Shelby County residents. 23%, despite free tuition, I won't give you all the specific data, but despite free tuition provided by the state, this number has remained largely unchanged since 2010, when 53% or 303,000 residents reported high school diploma as their highest credential. In 2010, only 17% of Shelby County residents possessed a bachelor's degree. In 2021, this figure is just 19%. And so it's important that we look at our most available resources when it comes to talent. It's our youth, but it's also our adult population, right? Because our adults who are not only, who may have jobs, they're looking to transition into better jobs, better paying jobs, and that all can be obtained by short-term skilled training for those who can't or don't have the time or who just don't want to go back for a 2 or 4 year degree. But what we want to do is create an ecosystem for a continuum of learning and professional development where individuals from the 9th grade all the way through career transition are able to enter into and access resources that provide them those opportunities to elevate. Just a couple of more things just that I think you would be interested in. We have introduced a Industry 4.0 industry bill that the Chamber introduced. I want to get the specifics for you. That the Chamber introduced, and we're thankful was passed last year. And that bill will allow 11th and 12th graders to actually choose classes that will help with their career trajectory. And so they can substitute some math and science classes and replace them with work-based learning opportunities. We also introduced the Gold Standard Certification Program in response to a number of individuals from the community saying that it was unfair how individuals are treated when it comes to temporary jobs and staffing agencies. So we've worked with community advocates as well as staffing agencies to develop a process in which staffing companies can be reviewed and certified to make sure that they're providing quality services as for both sides of the table, for their customers that are on the business side of the table, but also for their talent that they're hiring and pushing them into or providing wages and jobs that exceed $15 an hour, with also ethical and respect when it comes to providing those services to them. Also, just wanted to share with you that we are also focusing on career emergence opportunities for our youth as well as our adults. We sponsored our first Pathways to Possibilities Career Expo last year, where we had over 5,500 eighth graders attend an expo where we had approximately 70 businesses set up all of their equipment. We had trucks there. We had welding machines there. We had ice sculptures to introduce our eighth graders to the various career opportunities that are available to them at a key point in their education trajectory when they then, going into high school, have to make those critical decisions about which career they want to go into. We think that it's important that they have exposure and access and information about many careers so that they can make informed decisions as they grow and mature. We are also providing teacher externship opportunities in order to help our teachers get more aware and emerge in the industries in which they're charged with teaching about in the classroom. We're connecting them through paid externships with companies over the summer. It's an 8-week process where they're actually giving a real project by the company as well as a mentor within the company to work with them on that project. And the end result is hopefully they will be able to take that knowledge and those experiences back to the classroom and create a more robust opportunity for their students and expose them to engage them more with those businesses moving forward. And we also help facilitate ongoing relationships with those companies as well as with the schools. I don't want to take up all the time, so I'm going to now pass it over back to our president and CEO, Ted Townsend.
Thank you, Sandra. So next slide, I'll take you back to small business efforts that we are focused on as a response to the ever-changing needs of small businesses, opportunities to arm these leaders with valuable insights to take back to their companies have been created by the Small Business Council think tank. This is a group that, the nucleus that houses this work at the Greater Memphis Chamber. So connecting the dots between the work of the Chamber and small businesses is taking place in a really robust way. In fact, we have been convening subject matter experts to help small businesses move the needle for their companies. Most small companies do not have marketing, IT, or HR teams. These topics and more are covered during our Lunch in the Know series throughout the year. So we invite any of those small businesses within your districts to reach out to us and attend these. We also will bring together several certifying bodies for what we're calling a one-stop shop for small business owners who want to expand their reach as vendors. Each entity represented will give a synopsis of their organization and provide on-the-spot help towards various certifications. And this year, a workshop to understand the RFP process, request for proposal process, will be added to the mix to further equip local small businesses for growth. A chamber initiative to provide small micro businesses a platform to meet potential customers and other companies in this space yielded an event called the Small Business Saturday. Nearly 40 vendors gathered at the first mall established in Memphis, and we plan to grow the effort in other areas around the community this year. Now, what you see here is the Chamber in partnership with IKEA US Community Foundation announced winners at our annual Chairman's Luncheon of 5 grants of $5,000 each for Black-owned businesses, and they are Jamerson Strategic Consulting, LLC, Communiride, Mug & Coffee, Definition of Cuts, and Total Package Health and Wellness. So we feel that a greater Memphis happens when we can help our small businesses become greater. Next slide is related to Memphis media mentions. I just think this is important to note that what we're doing within economic development, community development, workforce development, public policy is getting recognized at a national and local level in the media. We saw mentions up 10% year over year in 2022 compared to 2021 totals. Obviously, the Ford effect has helped in the bump of recognition for this region, but the ad equivalency of 2022 mentions equates to $30.6 million. So we actually lead the state in media mentions with the exception of Jackson. but they obviously went from 832 to 1.4 thousand. But Memphis saw a 10% with the most in total mentions. So we're grateful for the efforts that we have to market the story of Memphis. Next slide, I'll just cover a couple of the other initiatives that we're focused on in this calendar year. Air service recruitment is a priority for us, and we will be continuing our work with the Memphis Airport Authority, Memphis Tourism, to add more nonstop service because our prospects are asking for that, our business leaders are asking for that, and we know that that will make Memphis more competitive. In addition, we are in support of the Memphis sports tourism and venue renovations, and we'll be working very closely with the administration to present this opportunity of investment to Governor Lee during our Mem to Nash event, which is coming up February 22nd and 23rd. With that, Mr. Chairman, I conclude my remarks and happy to address any questions that the council may have.
Appreciate you very much. Okay, I got quite a few council members. Councilman Corvette, Carlisle. Mr. Logan, I'm gonna come to you last since you brought it here. Chairman and Ms. Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Corvette.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Real quick question, because in the early slides, you referred to the MSA, Mid-South Area, I safely assume. What exactly, geographically, boundary-wise, is that?
Thank you, Councilman, for your question. So the MSA, the Metro Statistical Area, is comprised of Shelby County and DeSoto County and Crittenden County.
Okay, so no Fayette, no Tipton.
They are part of the development district in Tennessee, Fayette, Tipton, and Lauderdale County, as well as Shelby. But the MSA are the counties that I did.
Okay. So that one county in Arkansas, one county in Mississippi, and Shelby. Okay.
Yeah, truly
Thank you very much.
Kind of a tri-state economy.
Yeah, I just was curious because, I mean, throwing North Mississippi in there, I could see how that would help the numbers a bit. All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Those are my questions.
Sorry, excuse me. I'm just trying to put some people together up here. Good morning. Thank you for being here. Congratulations on your new post. Big shoes to fill, no doubt.
Yes.
Councilman Colvette touched on something which is, and Mr. Townsend, you and I have spoken many times about how, geographically, infrastructure-wise, we have to look at the region. The issue for the council is understanding how Memphis is doing in the direct and indirect. And I know that can be difficult at times to separate the direct and indirect benefit, right? So you can't necessarily say, well, a plane down to Mississippi doesn't help us because we don't know who from, South Memphis, North Memphis, East Memphis is leaving and earning a wage down there and then coming back and spending that in our area.
Right.
Or utilizing our facilities, whether it's the trucking terminals, the train yards, whatever. But that's more distribution, logistics, and I get that that's been our primary driver. But what our hope is, as it is yours, is workforce development that pivots back to, like, one of the things that was disheartening about that slide was financial services didn't show up on the second one, right? On I think it was the job count one, which we used to lead the region. I mean, the southeastern United States, now everything's been merged, sold, and moved out, and
right.
Our last large bank is inevitably leaving. I mean, I'm not going to put words into First Horizon's mouth, but I will. If they're still here as a foundational headquarters in 2 or 3 years, I'll be very surprised. Which again leads me to the next part, which is as we look at blue collar and white collar workforces and what's happening in our business centers, that's a conversation that I'd be more interested to see what proactive things the chamber's doing. And I'll take downtown, for instance. One, we've got the real CBD that we've discussed, which is out at Poplar 240, right? That's where the majority of what we consider our Class A office workers are. But in downtown, we've got 3 empty high-rise, or 3 empty high-rises and potentially a 4th, depending on what happens after First Horizon's merger is completed, and how we're going to try and shore up that job sector so that downtown can be a more 24/7 environment. And then, I guess if I heard it, we got major recruitment, small business support and workforce development. On the major recruitment initiative in the pipeline, how long, what is the horizon for some of these evaluations? And then,
Yeah. Thank you, Councilman, for your question. So several points there. 90% of the projects that Gwen shared with you in our pipeline are advanced manufacturing. If you asked me that question 5 years ago, the majority of our projects would be traditional transportation, logistics, warehousing. And the shift we see is being caused by that catalytic commitment of Ford. And I know many questions have been, well, how does that help Memphis? And what we're seeing now is that the project activity, many of these companies are suppliers that will be providing product to Blue Oval City, and they want to be in Memphis and Shelby County. They see that as a strategic placement of their investment. Now, the cycle of these projects are highly variable. There are a lot of factors. At the end of the day, these are very complex financial transactions that represent decades of commitment. So you can imagine they are weighed very intently. And I can tell you that based on what we know at this day, we have several announcements that are forthcoming that we're positioning and getting ready for. And we are doing everything we can to continue to mature and advance these projects in their consideration of Memphis. And we are very positive about the outlook of continuing announcements and job growth and capital investment that is coming our way. We obviously focus on competitiveness and doing everything that we can to deploy strategies and initiatives that give us a better shot on goal each and every day. So to your point, we need more and more assets. And whatever we can do to continue to fortify and strengthen our relationships with existing businesses so that they continue to invest here. And I will share with you, just last week, we had an incredibly productive meeting with the CEO of TD Bank, Leo Salom, who was in town and requested a meeting with us. So we were thankful for that audience, and it was highly encouraging.
Good.
So I appreciate your concern, and it's a concern for all of us. We want to retain and keep every one of our high-valued employers and small businesses operating here.
What can the Memphis City Council do to keep not only employment opportunities, but deals, so to speak? I mean, you're in this weird spot. I mean, you're the Greater Memphis Chamber, but you're really representing the region. You kind of drag along the smaller chambers of the municipalities, but I don't care about them. I want to know what Memphis can do to ensure that I'm not losing Orgle's expansion. I mean, they've been out there for a while, but I'm just going to use an example. Right out to Collierville, or we had they're $1 billion revenue a year. I think it's IMC and maybe ICM. I can't really remember off the top of my head, but 3PL, right? So they leave Lenox Park and they go out to Collierville to build a brand new facility. That has to stop happening. So what can the council do in support of those efforts?
So what we described earlier, site development, that is a critical component to securing more and more of these operations. I think the city proper, the city of Memphis, has a great opportunity because a lot of that infrastructure is built out already, whether that's power, sewer. We certainly need a very sophisticated power grid to support these projects. The prospects that we have right now are very high energy users. They will require a tremendous amount of power generation.
So what you're saying is MLGW needs to come along for the ride.
I am saying we have to have every sophisticated investment in technology and an improved and modernized grid for us to be in the game and be considered for these projects. So whatever the partners are and your support of their efforts to continue investment in modernization and advanced technology that supports advanced industry is what will place us in a position to win. And yes, we need more sites. We need more inventory. We are doing everything we can to market what we have now, and we're doing a very effective job of that. And some of these sites will be committed to here in the near future. So we're excited about that. But my question is, we're going to continue our efforts to recruit and attract new business. Where will we place them? And I feel that the city of Memphis is has a great opportunity to land these.
I've got two more questions, and I'll turn it over. I'm sure somebody else may have. So we talked about workforce development. I don't know that we have a job issue. Like, I think there are thousands of open and available jobs in specific industries like nursing, right? Like, we know that we have a nursing shortage. It seems to be it seems to be a pipeline issue in some regards. And so I guess my question is back to like more tech, TCAT, getting rid of the squeeze in the pipeline so that we can free up more people. Obviously, I think a big piece of that comes from the support of the state. Again, what can the chamber and the council do to move the needle on the state to recognize that it's not really West Tennessee, like a TCAT school in Blue Oval doesn't really help me. Now, it might, but it depends. All the other dominoes have to fall to get people out there to get trained for us, including transportation, right? So I just go back to, we have a ready, willing, and able workforce. What we have is a pipeline problem because it's constricted, bottlenecked.
I agree with much of that. I will tell you, we need to scale and accelerate. Bottom line, we have to provide more access, equitable access to skills attainment across our community. And the Chamber in its efforts to develop what we're calling a one-stop shop, it's an accelerated skills training center, utilizing a best practice national model that, if you think of it, it takes the skills attainment from 2, maybe 3 years, and the rigor of the scheduling of curriculum that might only be available during the day, that doesn't always meet everyone's calendar or schedule and their families and their needs. What we need is a center that has wraparound services, that when any individual, no matter their background or their socioeconomic pathway or educational attainment level, they can walk in that door and be plugged into a process that gives them what they need to compete in an innovation economy. And we need to do so in a way where anywhere from 4 to 24 weeks max, they come out with an industry-recognized certification that is valuable to the employers that we already have here now and those that we are recruiting here. They're not necessarily requiring these advanced degrees to go work at Blue Oval City or manufacturers here in the Memphis community. And so scaling and accelerating the pace. We need the state support, of course, but we're doing everything we can to invest in these centers right now. We're targeting the placement of one of these locations in North Memphis. We'd love to see these dotted all over our community because we have to take these resources to where people are. Folks who have housing insecurities or food insecurities or even childcare insecurities need to be able to walk in these doors, be welcomed, and provided the full support that they deserve. And that's going to be a major push and an initiative. It is disruptive, and we understand that. We've taken a lot of arrows in this last year, and thanks to the leadership of our chairman circle, we've been pushing this, and we hope that we can pull everything together and launch one of these this year, hopefully in the third or fourth quarter.
I'm hopeful as well. And I hope, and I hear the vernacular, I hope you'll send us specific actionable items more than, and I understand we're having a general dialogue, but sure, going forward, specific action. Councilman just left, Chairman Jones raised this issue. One of the things, and I don't have the data to support it, but I've heard it anecdotally enough, which is how do we get to become a more sticky city, specifically for a lot of Black graduates of universities that will leave and they'll go to Atlanta, DC, Chicago, to the more predominant, prestigious HBCUs to come back to Memphis.
Yeah.
Is it, I mean, how do we're trying to do our part working on crime and making it a more desirable city to live in general, but it's seemingly like we have a brain drain by not getting those individuals that are educated here leave to come back, other than if they sign with FedEx or IP. What, again, like, is it a signing bonus that is with the city government? Like, what can we do to accelerate that?
I think that talent, by and large, they are looking for opportunity to earn great wages and hopefully create wealth. Through our efforts with the Greater Memphis Economic Research Group, we've done the deep dive on data. We understand that Memphis actually leads the nation in black tech talent and computer occupations. Leads the nation. 25% of every IT job in this region is held by an African American. And that by far is a greater density and percentage and concentration than any market in the US, not Atlanta, it's Memphis. We also lead the nation in females in tech. We've taken that lens, we've looked at manufacturing. Memphis leads the nation in African Americans in manufacturing and females in manufacturing. So we have a great story to tell, but we need to recapture talent. If you follow the McKinsey report, happy to share this. It came out in February of 2021. It noted that 56.5% of the African American workforce in the US is located in the Southeast. And by and large, that talent is disconnected from where the job growth was occurring in the US at that time. But note, Glassdoor ranks us top 4 in the nation in jobs for 2023. We're going to continue to recruit. If we can land 700 advanced industry firms, that's going to be highly attractive to recapturing that talent that grew up here. I believe that they want to be in Memphis, and we have to give them the opportunities from careers to be attractive. Now, something else to note, you saw in the first slide, the cost of living, right? 92 is our score. We obviously have a cohort of other cities in the Brookings work. There are 9 other cities that we compare ourselves against. Memphis is number 1 in cost of living. So, Nashville's in that group. It's more expensive to live in these other markets. And so we provide a quality of life. We provide the ability to extract more value out of your income here. And we feel that will also be attractive to recapturing the talent that leaves Memphis.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Let the record show that Councilwoman Easton Thomas and Councilman Smiley has joined us. Okay, Ms. Johnson, Chairman Jones next, and Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation as well. It was interesting to see what your projections are going to be. But what about what actually happened in 22? The information I saw said what you're working on for quality jobs, looking for 70,000. I'm trying to remember my memory on one of those slides presentation. And then maybe it was 70 industries that you were wanting to bring. So my question is, what did you actually do in 22?
So 2022, well, let me go back to 2021 first, which has really shaped and formed our goals for Prosper Memphis 2030. 2021 represented a record year in terms of announcements. We had 33 announcements that represents over 9,300 net new jobs that will be onboarding into our economy over the next 3 to 5 years. Backed by almost $7 billion in private sector capital investment. And yes, Ford is in those numbers because we worked very hard with the state to land Ford in the region because we knew that they would be bringing their suppliers and their jobs to Memphis. 2022 is kind of a lag year. We anticipated it being very busy, and we were busy from a project pipeline perspective. At any point during the year, we were topping out 50 to 60 projects under management. Some of those didn't come to fruition at the pace that we had hoped, but there were determinants that we didn't see at the time that really spelled why we didn't have as robust of a year as we did in 2021. Ford has yet to announce their suppliers. And we feel that announcement is very imminent, and we feel that will be a watershed moment for us, Councilwoman, where a lot of the projects will begin to announce. Their production schedule is set for January 2025 to be producing vehicles, and their suppliers need to be up and running prior to that. So we expect that once that announcement comes, we'll be very busy with announcements and securing more jobs. So 2022 was not what we had hoped, but there were macro forces at play that prevented us from securing more announcements.
Okay, so we just didn't make any advancements? New jobs didn't come in '22? Manufacturing didn't come in '22? We have nothing to report for '22?
No. We actually had 7 project announcements in 2022.
What were they, please?
It was about 1,100 jobs, almost $240 million in capital investment. We can get you a breakdown of those companies that announced.
I appreciate that so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Let me also ask the question for clarity. Did you say for the last approximately 10 years, you have not received any funds from the city of Memphis?
Yeah, I can speak to that. Traditionally, there had, and some of you all remember the history of this, that the city wrote, and as it happens in some other markets for Chamber of Commerce, Chamber of Commerce is given the responsibility for the city to actually be the economic development arm for the city. But some 10 years ago, the Chamber came off of receiving city funds, and we are 100% membership organization. Our operations are funded by our businesses. So if there's no questions of what's the business community doing, the business community is actually funding the work of the Chamber, which, as I mentioned, is the tip of the spear when it comes to economic development, flying people around the country and around the world to bring businesses to Memphis.
Okay, fantastic. I commend you for that. A couple other questions. First off, let me say that workforce development presentation was good. I mean, I actually heard what you did and what you were working on. I did complete for 22. That's why, that's what I meant. Okay, so thank you, and please continue to work out there. But I also have a question in regards to the workshops that y'all had. Were you in any way able, not you, the other young lady, were you able in any way to measure the results, how effective those workshops were?
So they are starting tonight. So the first one is tonight. So we have not done these in the past.
But I thought you did have a couple workshops.
So
2 or 3.
last year we conducted community tours. So we did neighborhood tours to understand, to hear from the CDC and the residents about what's happening in the neighborhoods.
Okay. All right then. Thank you so much. Thank you for the work that you do, and thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And Mr. Chair, I will say that with these workshops, we will be measuring the effectiveness and impact. That the data matter greatly to us, and we want to make sure that we capture that, and we can report back to you on that. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning and welcome, members of the Chamber. I'm delighted by this presentation.
Thank you.
Glad to see the direction in which we're heading, particularly in the type of industries, and I would imagine that the pay that's associated with these industries would be different than the trajectory that we've been on in the past. The low cost of living is a double-edged sword. We have a low cost of living because the wages are so low. That's a contributing factor to it. But a couple of questions that I have is what would be helpful in the presentation about the industries would be the wages that are associated with those, even if it's from an average, mean, whatever the case may be. It would be helpful because it's saying to us, we're going after these because this is where those average wages are. When Councilman Carlisle talked about financial services, generally financial services is a higher paying one, and we see First Tennessee leaving. That would be helpful. When we talk about, and I think about this whole workforce development versus recruitment, and I always say that everybody who's in Seattle isn't necessarily a Seattle native, and they didn't groom somebody from K-12 through that in order to have that workforce. But they in Dallas and Austin and Miami, they basically said, hey, we're going to go out and we'll make the city attractive. So to go back to what Mr. Carlos said, I would like to know how the council can be more helpful. What are the things that we can do to help you make Memphis more attractive to be that destination city? When I had a conversation, and I'm interested from a relocation standpoint from a company standpoint, I know, and I didn't know that we do this here in Memphis, but Memphis Tourism, they actually have people employed by Memphis Tourism in other parts of the country.
Yes, sir.
Well, actually, other parts of the world.
Mm-hmm.
Are we doing that? You know, I'll allow you to answer.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have a team embedded at the Greater Memphis Chamber that are directors of business development, and their sole purpose is to recruit businesses to our market. We have two of those, but you can also count Gwen as one and myself, and we do travel. Right now it's been domestically, but we're seeing more and more interest, as Gwen noted, in foreign direct investment. So we want to continue to market that Memphis story globally because we feel that we represent a great opportunity for them to enter the U.S. market for the first time. But we utilize business intelligence. For instance, I mentioned that we're #1 in black tech talent. Well, if you consider the top 53 metros with a population of 1 million or more, the cities that are at the bottom of that chart, and we're happy to share that chart with you as well, are cities like Seattle, San Jose, San Francisco, Minneapolis, Denver, Salt Lake. They are not diverse in their populations, but you have major technology companies that have the nexus of their headquarters or major operations in those cities. Those are the cities, just using one strategy of business attraction, those are the cities that we're targeting and having conversations with executives where, and I pose the question to them, if diversity, equity, and inclusion is important to you, and we know that you've reported on that in your quarterly earnings, then how are you taking advantage of that to grow your diverse workforce? Apple is less than 1% black, less than 1. And their goal is to reach 25% by the year 2025. Well, you're not doing that in Northern California. Yeah. I'm sorry. So we present that in a way that when they are considering expansion, and the tech industry has been hit pretty hard this last 2 weeks, if you've noted, a lot of layoffs. But when they are in growth mode, all we're simply asking them to do is put Memphis on the short list. And we're having significant, meaningful conversations in ways that we've never had before. So those are just some of the strategies that we use. We use data, we use business intelligence, and then we leverage that and weave it into a marketing narrative to attract industries that we want here. And, you know, the wages that we shared, the average, $54,000, that just represents the wages that we have. Sometimes the projects don't give us that early on. But for those projects that we have wage information, we've seen a trend of growth, and that is being driven by the fact that these are more advanced industry operations, and they typically have the higher wages, and that's what we want for Memphis.
Well, and I'll wrap up my comments with this. I know that the Chamber has taken quite a bit of pride in not necessarily receiving any city funding, but if we can, to help accelerate this strategy, you know, it's one thing to have your personnel here travel, but when we look at some of these high tax states, California, yes, Illinois, New York, it's different. If we had people on the ground there who are going there, that's different than having somebody have to fly out there on a time-to-time basis. But right, I just think that if we can incorporate, if for the time that I'm on the council, if we said, look, we'll pay you, shut our mouth, give you the money to have people on the ground there as part of that recruitment strategy, you just bring it to us. I'm fine with that, but that's different. Having somebody embedded in those communities whose sole job is to say, hey, we want you to locate here versus somebody who can go out there just once a week or, well, 1 quarter out of a year, well, 1 week out of 1 year. So
thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that effusive enthusiasm and support and offer to support the work that we do. We try to be good stewards of the investment that we get from our members and investors. And we see pretty high impact and return on that investment. But I think just getting on record that we have a body here that is focused on Memphis's competitiveness and wants to identify and deploy other strategies, I will use that now that you've said it in conversations with prospects. And we want them to meet you. We want them to feel welcomed in our community because we know the promise that they represent and what they could provide to Memphis's economy. To that end, we use often your focus on our financial health as a community, AAA bond ratings. Our house is in order. And companies that are looking to make a significant financial commitment to a community wants to know that the city that they're going to place that investment is also full of leaders that understand the fiduciary responsibility of a community and is doing everything they can to deploy resources necessary to ensure public safety, education, and a thriving business climate. And we feel that this body certainly gets that, and you've continued to show support and investment in that area, and we look forward to working with you on that.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Downs. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councilwoman Logan?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you so much for you all being here. Welcome, welcome. And I do appreciate the information that you've shared. One thing I want to kind of build off what Councilman Carlisle mentioned, that, we can approach it from white collar and blue collar, and the great thing about this body is that we have individuals that come from all sectors, and so we kind of lean into each other. One thing that I was interested in is the financial health of the city. That's the reason for me asking you all to come, because I did attend that meeting, and it was very broad. I appreciated the information, but specifically, I'm interested in Memphis, just as Councilman Carlisle said, not the MSA, that's important, but what's going on in Memphis, that's kind of where I wanted to, grasp, so we as a body can have, a place to start and kind of know what we're dealing with. So I do appreciate the information, and I would like your presentation to kind of study it more and look at it more. I'm interested in the blue collar side as well, what's happening there. I know I saw one of the projections was $50-something thousand for the wage, and that's awesome. I wanted to know what that looks like to, the average employee as it relates. Does that include top level executives, or what is that an exact one is the first thing? If you want to speak to that.
Sure, certainly. I'm happy to answer that. So, as Mr. Townsend said, we don't have wages for all of the projects. This is just the ones we do have. But more than 90% of our projects are manufacturing. And those are primarily the production jobs within manufacturing. So I would say, again, without doing a deeper dive, the number that you saw up there, which represents almost $26 an hour, those are primarily manufacturing production jobs.
Okay, and that is good to know, because I am interested in, as a body, as Councilwoman Johnson said, we are interested in what does that look like to the average worker, employee. Number two, I'm interested in businesses, small businesses. One of your slides indicated that the bread and butter for Memphis small businesses. There was only a very small portion of, with the large business, and they are very large employers. But what is the health of the small business, and what are we doing to shore them up and to support them? And you don't have to answer today because of the length of time, but I would like some more, a deeper dive into those numbers and what that looks like currently in 22 and 23, small businesses and how they fared after the pandemic, where we are now, and how you all are shoring them up, and what's the on the horizon for them, what's the expectation for them. If you could send that information along with your slide deck, and that information about the wages for the average employee, where we're going with that and what that looks like, I greatly appreciate it.
We're happy to share that information. I will also add, in addition to the Small Business Council and the efforts that Mr. Townsend referenced, we have an existing business team who goes out and meets with our existing businesses of all sizes to make sure they're connecting to the very varied resources we have throughout our community. Because we have found in economic development, 70 to 80% of net new job growth comes from the expansion and growth of your existing businesses. We all love the unicorn announcements of a new company coming, but the meat and potatoes is growing those businesses you saw up there. We have an entire team dedicated to that as well, but we're excited to share that information with you. Thank you for asking.
Great. And so with you all being here, I hope this is the start of something great so that you see how, what our posture is in relation to what you do and how we are very much concerned as well as supportive of the work that you're doing for the health of Memphians. And I'm looking forward to even greater connecting points with council and chamber. Thank you all for your presentation. Thank you, Chair. You're back.
What I want you to do, continue to keep us abreast of what's going on over at the chamber. And if we can be of any assistance, please don't hesitate to call us, okay?
Yes, sir.
But
Mr.
thank you
Chair.
very much for coming out today.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, and you have our commitment to partner with you because we see this as one of our assets that we'd like to market, understanding that you all are economic developers as well. So we appreciate that so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have one. We have one more item, resolution to reallocate and appropriate $2 million to the Works Incorporated to assist in the completion of the Peachtree Senior Development, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Council Members Kennelly and Carlisle.
And Easter Thomas.
And Easter Thomas. Okay, who wants to speak on this? And I know we have the
Mr.
Works.
Chair, I'll.
Go ahead.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, this is a resolution to reallocate and appropriate $2 million to the Works, Inc. to assist in the completion of Peachtree Senior Development. Mr. Chairman, I'd move this to the floor if I could have a second.
Second.
Colleagues, last meeting, I apologize, I was unable to attend. I was foolish, and I should have been a no vote, like my colleague, Dr. Warren, on the schedule changes. But thank you so much for having the Works down to present on this project. Their funding gap is about $4.8 million. They have their new market tax credits. They have their lender commitment letters. So they have what they need. I didn't think that the city should fill that entire private equity gap, but it's very likely that they have a private donor who's willing to make up the other $2.8 million. So this would be our participation in support of this project. I'll draw your attention down to the final three recitals to tell you the funding tranche. This is fungible. So this is just to get the conversation started, and I'm not stuck to doing it this way. I think there's other ways we can do it, but this is. So if you'll recall, when we did Accelerate Memphis, we put $7.5 million towards affordable housing. HCD is going to come in February and update us on how they have awarded those funds and which projects and how they're going to go about it. Right now, $7.1 million of that $7.5 million has been awarded, so there's $400,000 there that can go. So that is the first line item. Obviously, we had the $2.6 million in cash capital pay-go. $350,000 was awarded to or appropriated and allocated to Mitchell. $500,000 of that 2.6 went to Claiborne Temple. Our new colleague, although she's fast becoming a veteran, has a resolution that's coming later today that I feel like will be highly successful. Is it 350,000? 500,000 for Glenview. So I can't do quick math. So there'll be some pocket change left over out of that bucket. And then lastly, there's about a $600,000 shortfall. I know that the developer doesn't need all of the funds today, so I've asked that the administration, through this resolution, spread it over the next fiscal year and put a $600,000 line item in for FY24, so that at least the Works will know that this is the cadence, and by July 1, if we're successful with budget season, Chair Jones, that they'll have the funds they need when the project's ready to roll. So with that, that's kind of where we're at. I'm happy to take any questions, and I'll yield the floor.
Okay, Councilwoman Easter Thomas Smiley, followed by Johnson.
I yield to Vice Chair Smiley.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. I don't know who I should be upset with, whether it's Councilman Kennelly, Councilman Carlisle, or my friend Rashawn. No one asked me to sponsor this. I'm deeply, deeply offended by this. But all jokes aside, I'm in full support. Also, add me as a co-sponsor to this.
We welcome all.
The Works does extremely good work. When we talk about affordable housing, I don't think you can talk about affordable housing in the city of Memphis without talking simultaneously about the work that the Works Inc. Incorporated does. So, huge supporter of the Works, and I look forward to more good work by the organization. I still don't know who I should be mad at.
I mean, me. You can be mad.
Okay. Rashawn's blaming you, so I believe
This
Rashawn.
got written this morning,
Thank
by
you.
the way. So I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Johnson,
East Thomas
and Mr. Thomas, and then Chair.
Thank you so much. I too desire to be a co-sponsor on this particular item. But will we hear from the Works today? Is that possible? Remember, people are listening. So if you could give us a very brief overview of the project, that just helps the community understand why we're supporting the project at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Rashawn Austin, 377 Angeles. The Peachtree Senior Development is the second phase of the Fraser Neighborhood Initiative, which was an anchor-based strategy around schools. We developed a few years ago the first phase, Renaissance Still Apartments for families that are 60% and below the area's median. It's 146 units. This is directly to the east of, across the street from Renaissance that's still in the second phase, so there is a third phase to this Fraser Neighborhood Initiative. This is 79 units of senior affordable housing for seniors who have incomes of 60% and below the median. And so 100% of the units are affordable for very low income and extremely low income families as defined by HUD. And so on average, the seniors probably have incomes of less than $20,000 that will occupy the Peachtree project.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. I believe just about everybody want to be added as co-sponsors. If not, just let us know. But everybody should be added as co-sponsor. Chairman? Ready whenever you are.
Okay.
Did you want to go first? Who wants? Okay.
Yeah, mine will be shorter. I just want to, yes, thank you, Chair. I just want to be added as a co-sponsor since this is in our district and just very, very supportive of things coming to District 7. And also, Peachtree was also the first apartment my family moved into after they birthed me in 92. We moved out of our grandmother's house in Klondike and moved into Peachtree. So I'm glad to see that it'll be getting some much needed renovations for that. So thank you for letting me be a co-sponsor, Canale and Carlisle.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, I'm supportive of this in theory, but I want us to develop some type of, and thank you for coming up with the funding of it, the different funding mechanisms. As we enter budget, one of our items that we can fund is that Affordable Housing Trust Fund. But the concern that I have about this is identifying which particular projects. There was another instance during the Christmas holidays, a senior affordable housing facility caught fire, and I didn't know what role the council of the city should play in doing so. So there was not a formal request that we help with that, but there's, just seeing the reports about that project, they're going to have some financial needs. And so this, just from a precedent standpoint, if we do this one, do we do that one? How do we set the criteria on those that we do? What's going to be the available funding? Now, if this body says during budget season, hey, we want to allocate a certain amount, and we're not going to be the main ones building affordable housing, but we want to have projects like this and others to do so. I just hope that we can have that discussion about the criteria of which ones we are, what are the available funds to do so. And I just don't want us to be a bottomless, because we can't be a bottomless funder of these things, just setting a criteria to say, okay, well, we're going to help this one. We can't just help this project and not help that one when they both have identifiable needs. And so I just want us to have that discussion before we do this. I don't have a problem building into whatever that tax rate is, for us to do so and partner with different organizations to do that. But I just want to put that on the table before we just say, here's one, but without having a broader discussion about things. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, yeah, respond. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Councilman Jones, very good comments. Next meeting, I've asked Director Cash to come and present on the $7.1 million that is awarded, and they created a criteria that we could consider for more council, much like the council grant program. I think what I would like to find is utilizing a criteria so that we do have a system so that it is fair and equitable. But I also want to be able to allow marry it with the council being that lead party. Much like, look, I'm happy that the monies that we for Accelerate are going to where they were intended to be, but until I asked, I had no idea that they had awarded all those projects. So not that they're, to your point, not worthy, but to find a way to marry those two things up to where the council can have a steady hand in that, but also there's a criteria so you don't get a phone call and said, hey, what happened to me? I think that's very reasonable. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, everybody in favor?
Aye.
All right, look like the ayes have it. All right, we all good.
You got Councilwoman Logan, anybody else that wants to sponsor?
Yeah. Okay, if there's no further business, this committee is adjourned. Thank you.
I'd like to call the Parks and Environmental Committee meeting to order. Could we please have a roll call?
Council members present, Councilman Canale. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Present. Councilman Smiley. Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
And Chair Warren.
Present. We're going to do a little bit of a reverse order today, and I'd like to call item number 2, presentation on Glenview Community Center. This is District 4, Super District 8, requested by Councilwoman Janet Swearingen Washington. Councilwoman, do you have any comments before we call staff?
No comments.
No comments. Could we have a presentation, Mr. Walker?
Morning. Nick Walker, Parks Director, City of Memphis, 2599 Avery Avenue. I believe we emailed yesterday a PowerPoint. Fingers crossed. Okay, good deal. So, do I see it somewhere? It's been a minute since I presented down here, so I'm used to the keyboard and clicker and all that fun stuff. Oh, they have it printed out. Okay, all right. Let's see if I can pull it up on my phone real quick.
Can we give him a copy of the presentation?
I mean, I'm good. I don't know that I'm 5 slides memorized good. I got it on my phone, I think. Hang on.
He can take that.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you. All right, so as you can see there, one of our lovely signs that we're in the process through Accelerate of updating, but currently is the older style sign for Glenview Park is on the cover. If you go to the first page, we're kind of just running through projects that Councilwoman Swearingen Washington brought to our attention and have been things that have been ongoing at Glenview Park and Community Center for a minute. The first is Glenview is one of the more utilized walking trails in our park system. I would probably say Southside, Frazier Park are probably the only two that see more usage than the Glenview walking trail. It is in desperate need of repair. Yes. And so from that standpoint, the asphalt overlay has been scheduled. However, as Director Connect likes to tell you all the time, we're at the mercy of the asphalt plant being open. So once the asphalt plant is open this spring, we will begin the work. A contractor has already been selected, and we will overlay and refinish the walking path there. Once that has been scheduled, we will update the center director and council so that you're aware. The second item is the gym floor. Similar to the tennis courts, we have a schedule with which we prioritize the resurfacing of basketball courts. Our hope is actually to go to a system. Cleo, our deputy director, came from the YMCA and the Croc, where annually they resurface the basketball courts. And so our issue there is not necessarily funding, it's capacity. There's not a lot of folks in town that do that. But our goal is over the next couple of years to get into a cycle where we refinish the basketball courts every year. Because in most of our facilities, the basketball court is the predominant thing inside that building. So we want it to be in great shape. Again, done with the rambling. It was not listed on the FY23 list originally. We have prioritized it and added it to it. Once we know when Sports Floors is going to have it on the schedule, again, that's information that we will share with y'all. It's going to be done and it is funded. Item number 3, a new pavilion. So I'm not sure how many folks are real familiar with Glenview Park. There's currently one pavilion sort of in the heart of the campus as you pull into the parking lot. You got the tennis courts, basketball court, and pavilion, which is near the community center. For a long time, there has been a discussion about adding a second pavilion because Glenview Park is huge, frankly. And there needs to be a pavilion in part to take the stress off of the pavilion near the center. And so Parks is proposing adding a large pavilion on the Kyle Street side of the park. There is parking over there as well. And so, again, this was not funded. I believe, spoiler alert, there will be something to address that here in a minute. However, again, once funding is identified, we will begin the design process, set it up for bid, and begin construction as soon as we can get it on the schedule. Again, all that information will be updated to council once a funding source is identified. There was a question about an outside power source, and this is actually not unique to Glenview Park. We get this question a lot because people hold birthday parties, they want to hook up stuff. We don't provide electricity in the park for a couple of reasons. The primary one is safety. We don't have the staff. If you go to suburban systems, a lot of times there will be locked electrical outlets. We don't have the staff to lock and unlock those, and if you leave them open, it is a safety and vandalism concern. So, and additionally, third note, not to get pedantic, council ordinance says that all parks have to close at sunset. And so if there is lighting added to parks, that also becomes an issue with that as well. So, item number 5, garbage cans. As a part of Accelerate Memphis, which was funded in FY22, a good number of the trash cans, actually all the trash can receptacles at the park have already been replaced. I believe the request is for additional trash cans, which again will come as a part of the additional funding request. New fitness equipment. Parks has gone through a system right now where rather than go onesie-twosie and just put a treadmill or an exercise bike in facility, The larger facilities in each council district, we are trying to actually put a true fitness room with a fitness floor and equipment that our health and wellness staff can program and will provide a gym quality facility inside each council district. This one has been identified for it. Again, not to sound like a broken record, once funding is identified, we will secure the equipment and the flooring and put it in, and a schedule will be updated for the council. And then lastly, a barbecue grill, new benches, or a baseball field. Those were not included in the plans. However, we do have a standard barbecue grill, which a funding number was listed for. We have identified some locations around the walking trail where benches and additional trash cans could be put out. And there is a backstop currently with a softball field at the facility. To add some updates to that, we had, again, worked with council staff to identify a number which would allow us to make some improvements, which would reactivate the softball field at Glenview Park. So I hope that addresses it, and then I believe that there's a request from the councilwoman. And I'm also happy to answer any additional questions you may have.
Any questions from council members? Councilwoman Johnson.
The co-sponsor for it, please. And I did have a question about those garbage cans.
Yes, ma'am.
What, is it 10 karat, 14 karat gold?
No, okay, so listen, we run into this all the time. And I remember, he's not here right now, but Councilman Morgan, like, asking me why in God's name a playground costs $400,000. Things in parks and recreation are expensive. That being said, the things that we buy are made for an urban environment and last. And so the trash cans are solid steel construction. They are handmade. They are put on a concrete pad. They don't burn, they don't disappear, and they don't get vandalized. And so from that perspective, they're about $2,400 a piece, but they're worth every penny, I promise you. Okay.
The only thing that I wanted to add.
Go ahead, Councilwoman. Good, Councilwoman.
Okay, thank you. The only thing I wanted to add is to make sure that it was handicap accessible.
Yes, and that is, so another great point, and I will tell you that everything that we do in parks, from pour-in-place playground surfaces to an evaluation that's done by an ADA consultant with the city, is evaluated for that. Anytime we put something in place, we make sure that there is sidewalk access and that it is at grade and that it is ADA accessible. And yes, ma'am, that pavilion will be the same.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. No, nothing, okay. No other comments or questions? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The chair's aye, the ayes have it. Thank you, Mr. Walker. We'll go to item number 1 now. Which...
The resolution? Just as a side note, did y'all actually put forth her resolution?
We have the resolution.
Oh, I need a motion in a second. Move second. Is there anyone that doesn't want to be a co-sponsor?
I suggest the sponsor read a resolution into the record.
Sure.
First resolution in my
You sure read?
Well, then I am, please do.
Thank you, Chair. Read it.
Read it and get close to the mic.
Whereas Glenview Community Center, located at 1141 Barksdale Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38114, has long been a predominant hub for the purpose of community-centered experiences, serving as a meeting place for neighbors and friends, an extracurricular activity site for children, and a host to numerous community gatherings. Whereas there is a demonstrated need of renovation to the gym floor, development of a walking path and baseball field, and installation of a new pavilion, park benches, garbage receptacles, a barbecue grill, and a fitness room and floor. And whereas the FY23 capital improvement budget included $2.6 million in funding for council-directed improvements, $850,000 of which has already been allocated. The council intends to use a portion of the $1.75 million remaining funds to contribute to the restoration of this property. Now, therefore, be it resolved resolved that the Memphis City Council does hereby request that the City of Memphis allocate the appropriate $509,500 from the CIP budget line from CCP TBD for council directed improvements to the Memphis Parks line from PK 23103 for the following projects at Glenview Community Center: renovation for gym, $5,000; installation of new benches around the walking trail, $12,000; garbage cans around the walking trail, $20,000; a fitness room and floor, $60,000; a barbecue grill, $2,500; a baseball field with site upgrades, $10,000; pavilion on the other side of the park, $400,000, with a total of $509,500. Sponsor, Jana Swearingen Washington. Co-sponsors, J.P. Smiley and Cheyenne Johnson.
Do we have anyone else who's interested in co-sponsoring? Okay. Anyone that doesn't want to co-sponsor? We're all going to be co-sponsors on this. Okay, now, all those in favor, please say aye.
So moved. So moved.
And I so
Okay,
moved.
good. Second. Okay, second. All right. Now let's have a vote. All those in favor? Aye. Ayes have it, and this moves forward. We're going to go to item number 1 now, which is a resolution in support of efforts to reduce ethylene oxide emissions in the city of Memphis, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by council members Ford, Warren, Canale, Colvette, Easter Thomas, Johnson, Jones, Logan, Robinson, Smiley, and Swearingen, Washington. Could I have a motion? Moved by Ford, seconded by Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford, floor is yours.
Okay, well, we had EPA and all to come out, and I think this resolution will be helpful for us to try to get some different things done with this ethylene oxide. I appreciate everybody being co-sponsors and all with it, because this is very important, because it puts in the air something we don't want for our people. Okay, appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I'd just like for our listening audience to point out that this ethylene oxide has just been recently, I think, understood by the scientific community to actually be a carcinogen, where initially when it was put out, it was thought to be a relatively safe substance. And it's but from the presentation we had last time, the vast majority of the emissions are not through their smokestack, but through what they call fugitive emissions, where they come out of their doors and just the natural operations of the business. And one of the things that we found out during that presentation is this particular company has multiple locations across the country, and in some of the other locations, they are already moving to initiate activities to limit fugitive emissions. And what we're doing here is we are asking them to initiate those same interventions that they're putting in their other companies or other sites across the country, to start that here and not wait for the EPA to tell them they have to. So that's what this resolution is about. We're asking them to go ahead and not wait on the EPA, but to do what's necessary and prevent fugitive emissions as much as they can. Do we have anybody else that would like to speak on this? If not, all those in favor of this resolution, please say aye. Wait 1 second. You wanted to talk? Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
I just want to thank you, Councilman Ford, just for bringing this to the forefront and giving us the opportunity to keep a more stern eye on it, as we do need to care about our environment. So just thank you for I know we're all co-sponsoring, but thank you to the bringers of the resolution.
You're welcome. And could we have same night minutes on this without objection? Okay, it's been moved by Ford and seconded by Easter Thomas. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? The ayes have it. That passes. And I think that we have another resolution, and it's going to be item number 3. It's an add-on. It's a resolution to allocate and appropriate $400,000 from the CIP budget for development and improvement of Gooch Park Pool and ancillary services. Moved by Ford, seconded by Easter Thomas. And
Or Swearingen,
Councilwoman Easter
Washington can
Thomas, would you
second.
like to?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you all. Since we are all looking at the council CCTBD, Council Directed Improvements budget, I just want to make sure that we're able to update, just a small update it may seem like, but it's definitely big for the community. I don't know if you all have ever been to Gooch Park or know the history of it, but the land was granted a while ago by those who were supporting civil rights. A white couple was supporting civil rights in the area, donated that land. It has a pool. And most recently has an updated mural by local artist Jamon Bullock. And it's very, very beautiful. So a pavilion would just be a nice added touch to the updates that have already been received to Gooch Pool. So, and the funding for it, there should be $241,000 left in the CIP budget line, council directed improvements. So I'm asking for $240 to come from there, and then the remaining $160 to be in the budget line created for FY24 for its installation. So the $240 will actually get the materials and the pavilion purchased. The $160 to be created in the budget line will actually get it installed before the fall, before the end of the pool ending. So,
Do we have any questions from council members?
I'd like to be added as a.
thank you. And if you definitely like to be a co-sponsor, as Carlisle, or if you do not want to be a co-sponsor.
Yeah, is there anyone that does not want to co-sponsor this?
And tell the kids no. Be that person.
Okay. I think we have unanimous co-sponsorship of those here. And it needs to be moved and seconded.
Are the other items same night minutes today?
The same night minutes for this?
No, it doesn't have to be same night minutes.
Okay, we'll put same night minutes on all of these items without objection. Okay.
Oh, okay. I was
Okay,
trying to save some time.
who moved this? Ford, seconded by Swearingen, Washington. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye. It doesn't say from.
Aye.
It just says
Any
from.
opposed? The ayes have it. This resolution passes. Being no further business, this committee is adjourned.
Good morning. It is 10:41 a.m. Tuesday, January 24th, all day, Chairman Jones. And I hereby call to order the Budget Committee of the Memphis City Council. Jones, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Logan. Present. Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
Present.
Councilman Jones. Here. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Canali. Here. Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Chair Carlisle.
Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have 2 items on today's agenda. We've got about 19 minutes to try and catch up, but I wanted to make a couple quick remarks. One, I'm very excited at the opportunity to be the budget chairman this year. I'm thrilled that Chairman Jones agreed to stay on as vice chair to help me work through it, and then we've got Ms. Owens A letter is going to be coming later today after it's delinquent because I hadn't sent it to Chairman Jones yet to take a peek at it. But from the two of us asking you to get with your staffs and talk about things that are budget priorities for you going into next fiscal year. I know oftentimes the administration reaches out individually, but it would be great, I think, as a group, if we compiled those for us so that we can, much like we did our legislative agenda. So try and get those, the letter will come, try and get those things back. I'm sure you've been thinking on them just so that we can work together with the administration to make sure that those things are in the budget for the next fiscal year. All right, that being said, on to business. Item number 1, an update from the Grants Administration on the fiscal year 23 Memphis City Council Community Grant Program allocations, all council districts, requested by Councilwoman Johnson. Councilwoman Johnson, do you have any remarks before we bring up?
Thank you. I just thought that I receive several phone calls all the time wanting to know where are the funds, when are we going to receive the funds from these community grants, and I do my best to try to explain the process and who all has to touch it and make sure we're legit. And if an audit is ever done, everybody's clear. But I just thought it's time for an update, and I would appreciate it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Is there someone from the administration to speak on this item? Hi, good morning. If you could give us your name and position with the city, and the floor is yours.
Good morning. Crystal Givens, Grants Administration, 170 North Main, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. And we have a presentation. Is it up? All right, good morning. Get excited. We just have a really quick agenda. We'll go through the program timeline, the program data, progress reports, and any questions toward the end. Next slide. This is really hard to see, but hopefully you have a printout in front of you. This is a roadmap to where we are currently with the Council Community Grant Program. July 2022, we certainly reviewed applications and supporting documents. I'm just going to fast forward right to January 2023. We're currently in the mid-year progress reports. So those reports have been deployed to those grantees who have received funding. And we're almost to the end of this fiscal year. It won't be long. Next slide, please. This is the data that I think everyone's really interested in. We're going to break down these numbers to show you where we currently are now. So each council member, as you know, 13 members times $250,000 is $3.2 million, $3,250,000, okay? And that was allocated for FY23's budget. To date, we have allocated, or the city council has allocated, $3,062,371.60. That's not paid, that's just been allocated, okay? In process right now, and this was as of last Thursday, January 19th, there's $1,070,294.70 in process. So we have contracts that are greater than $25,000. Those that have been paid is over $600,000, is exactly half of balance that's left. Contracts paid that are less than $25,000 allocation, over $700,000, okay? We have a couple of categories that help total us up back to the $3 million. We have a couple of pending organizations. One is a religious organization that we need to follow back up with Ms. Owens about, and then there's another one that's not quite a 501c3 for 2 years, so we have some pending additional information there we need to gather. We have at least one still pending grantee that's over allocated. Again, we're going to follow up with Ms. Owens on that one. And we have budget transfers that total $30,194. Those have already been transferred out of your service center to the respective service centers, and that went to MPD, Centennial Camera, East Trig. We have another one for Orange Mound, and there was another program called Opportunity R3. Next slide, thank you. We have remaining funds to allocate $187,000, and that total detail is available on the website by council member what's remaining. But that will bring us back to the total $3.25 million on the front page. So to year to date, 132 grantees have received allocations. And that includes 78 that have been paid, 51 are currently in process to be paid, and 3 of those include budget transfers. Just to give you an idea of where we are right here in January 2023, the mid-year progress report has already gone out. And again, our office will receive those reports. We'll review them for the program data, make sure there's no disallowed costs there. And if all things are well, they will get their second half of their allocation. And again, this is just for grantees who have $25,000 and over. And this is just a sample report. This next slide shows the final progress report, same report, actually. And again, if you've received your final allocation, and we did it, it's divided into, if you had allocations that were less than $25,000, you received your total amount, you're going to provide us a final report. Same criteria applies. You don't get a second half. However, this report is imperative if you want to be considered, according to the application, considered an applicant for FY24. I went through that really quickly, but that's okay. Any questions?
Oh, I've got Councilwoman Johnson and Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
You ready? Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I missed it. I'm listening, but I missed it, okay?
Okay.
If you go back to your page on program data, now, did I hear you said 132 applicants you have received or
Allocated, yes, ma'am. So 132 grantees have been allocated. Not everybody's received their money. They're still in process, but 132 year to date.
you're working on, you have them in your possession. Does that account for the 3,062,000?
Yes, that's all included. So what this shows is a
Okay,
financial.
let me try to ask the question because I was confused. Okay, 132 applicants. Out of 132 applicants, how many have received their first payment?
78.
78,
Okay.
okay.
That could be first payment or first allocation.
Okay.
Yes, 78.
Okay, so the balance, what is the problem in getting those out the door?
We do let applicants know it takes about 45 to 60 days.
How many?
45 to 60 days to receive your first allocation and or your final allocation. So from the time our office receives your signed agreement, it could take 45 to 60 days.
Okay, let's back up and talk about that signed agreement. After they're awarded the grants from this office, then your office sends them a document, in my understanding. And what's that document called again?
It's the funding agreement. So they'll get, and let me back up too, they'll get a congratulations email. Thank you so much. You've got your award money. We'll check the documents that we already have in our repository, which could be your W-9 and your certificate of insurance and your application.
Mm-hmm.
We then send you a funding agreement through DocuSign.
Okay.
They'll sign it and they'll send it back. That starts the clock for our office.
And that's between 45
to 60 days.
And 60 days to get that done. Okay, that helps. I can let them know the process. Okay, so what's your anticipation on completing the next 78? How long is that going to take?
Say that one more time.
You have approximately, 78 you have to complete. How long will it take for those 78 to get out the door now?
So of the 78 that have been paid, you've either gotten your allocation. If you were under 25,000, you've gotten your entire allocation.
No. You said it was 78 that was not addressed.
So it's grantees paid year to date have been 78. I apologize. They have been 78. Can you go back to the slide, Latrina? Correct. So 51. Yes.
I mean, she said 78. That's why I'm using the number she said. Okay.
So to get the remaining 51 out the door, they are currently in process. So they're between one signatory or another, and we're working to get those through. We've since the presentation of this report. Since the preparation of this report, we've had additional grantees to be paid. So as of Thursday, even more have been paid since we put this report together.
Okay, 70, well, she said 32, 78 had gotten paid. Okay, I thought she said 78 remained. 51, it was in progress. But you don't have a time frame. Y'all cannot anticipate the time frame on getting those out, the first.
It's ongoing. Again, in the last 3 days, we've seen additional grantees to get paid. We're hoping by the end, I don't want to give you a time frame, but I know by the end of the program will be done. So March is the absolute, the last time, according to the application, that we'll have applications from city council. They have to have a report by May. Before the
Let
end
me
of the
ask you
year.
this
Yes, ma'am.
too. Like today, I see where some people are giving additional funds in organizations that have already received funds. So they have to go back through the whole 45 or 60 days process in order to get the additional funds.
That's correct. That's
Okay.
correct. And what we've tried to do on the front end.
You have to ask her, he wants to know why.
Yeah, I mean, hold on. So I don't fully understand this timeline. You've got, I got it. I'm the chair. He asked a valid follow-up question, so we don't bounce around different subjects. So hold on. The time seems to be the problem. I don't understand. I'd like to, if you would send the council a sample of the funding agreement. I can't imagine that it's altered that dramatically. Does that agreement go signed by the city and you're waiting for countersignature for it to be fully executed? Why would we send a document out not signed?
It goes to the grantee first, and then it comes back
Why?
to us. They're signing it, so they're the first.
Why not send it to them signed? Why not send them the document signed?
Why not send the grantee?
So if I'm going to buy a piece of property or I'm going to execute a deal and I want to move that deal along, I'm going to send you a signed document so that when you sign it and send it back to me, I'm now in receipt of a fully executed document.
It's not fully executed until we have our comptroller to test it.
Hello, sorry for stepping in. I'm Walter Person, Deputy CFO. The mayor never signs a document before another recipient unless it's a state-oriented institution. So we have to send it out to the grantee first and then receive it.
Why?
That's part of the city process and procedures that has been.
So what you're saying is we've always done it that way? Yeah. So again, I mean, I hear you. And like, those are deadly words to any organization in a lot of instances. The other thing is to Dr. Warren's point, if somebody already has an ongoing agreement, you're really talking about an amendment to their current agreement. It seems like a faster way to do that instead of restarting the process is just to amend that current document. And then on top of that, and I'll yield the floor because I know we do have, but it was a follow-up to these questions, is I sign an agreement we're talking about, then at that point getting it countersigned by the mayor, and then wires going out. 2 months to do that seems like an extraordinarily long period of time.
There are a couple of things that happen in the process, and I believe Manager Gibbons had spoken to some of them. Some of it is just a lag between the recipient and the city. It takes a little while for the recipient to get their information together. We have to verify a lot of times their revenue and expenses on their tax
Hold on.
Sometimes
Hold on. We're talking post due diligence.
Okay.
We're talking about an executed funding agreement and then the receipt of funds being a 45 to 60 day process. And I think what the council's trying to understand is why does it take 2 months to send a wire once you have an executed? So think on that. I'm going to turn Councilwoman Johnson, are you?
I may have questions later after listening to the discussion.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. And I'm sorry, I didn't want us to flip subjects before we move on. And then we've got Swearingen Washington in the queue after that.
It's on the same subject. I think we're all thinking the same thing. I just had 3 questions. And the first one, I guess, is for us or the staff. Is this timeline on our website and application so that applicants know?
So I send out an email once they have been determined to have been awarded funding, detailing the process and letting them know that it's a minimum of 45 to 60 days.
I would say, I'm sure the timeline is going to be altered after today, but I would say we need to make sure this timeline is on the application so they know up front. I think usually when you're looking at grants, you get a grant application timeline to see how things are going forward. So I don't think this shouldn't be hard to add to it. That way they can stop we won't get as many calls asking, well, when is it coming? When should I be expecting? When, because I know everybody probably gets dozens of those calls every month. So if we can just add the timeline to the website, wherever it is that Ms. Gibbons was referring to, and our application, that way that transparency can be out. But also, just along the lines of Johnson, Warren, and Carlisle, how can we make this shorter but still efficient? And then also on the timeline, it says the first payment will be expected probably around December if it got allocated in July. But then a progress report is due in January. So that's not mid-year because you just got your money a month ago. So that wouldn't be fair to those getting that out. But just those two questions. How can we make this swifter without making it a real burden on your office or to get things mixed up? But then also, it's not fair that the progress report is seen to be due 2 weeks after you get funding, especially if it's like in December and you're including the holidays and New Year and all the days that government are closed. So how can we get that rectified before this next cycle? Because re-election year is not the year to be answering questions, where is my grant money?
Exactly.
That if there is a way that the city council on the front end can improve the process so that the contracting and procurement is simpler, we're happy to look at that. Typically, what I'm hearing is there's appropriate, obviously W-9s, representations, warranties about your organization, whatever you need. We already have an application process. We want to make it we want to take as much burdensome, cumbersome government interference as we can. And it sounds like the best thing to do is request whatever information you're going to need in order to execute that agreement when the applicant makes the application, so that it's in one data room, one area, and then we can figure out how we can clean up executing the funding agreements and sending wires out. Councilwoman Swearingen, Washington.
Thank you, Chair. That's what I wanted to ask. I had a concern with the program timeline that in July you're reviewing applications, and then there's July, August, September, October, November, December before you even see your first allocation or not receive it, because I'm still getting calls as well. So my concern is, why does it take 6 months? What can we do to support?
Understood. We only have 3 FTEs on top of the other work they do, so that's a valid point. Thank you for sharing that.
She said that they only have
We
3.
only have 3 resources dedicated to
people.
working on this project. Really less than 3. It's probably 2 resources dedicated to this project. So they're reviewing all the documents, printing them all out, taking them to a different department to get processed. So thank you for sharing that.
So how can we help with that?
I think Councilman Smiley wants to add something.
That's exactly what I was trying to get at. It seems like
it's not enough resources.
You all do not have enough employees. Is that fair to say? Okay, so how can this body better assist you? Because what we're hearing is, and what it seems like, and seems like the ball is being dropped on your end. And if the ball is being dropped on your end, what the council hears is we're not doing what we need to do. And it seems like you all need some assistance. So how many more employees will you all need so that you can adequately be staffed as it relates to these grants? Do we need to create a separate department for grants, or is it something that we can find funding for 2 or 3 more employees?
My chief is dying.
Because apparently,
yes.
because I think you can tell that this council is somewhat frustrated, and that is the nicest way that I can say it, as it relates to grant allocations.
Chairman. Good morning, council members. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer for the City of Memphis, 125 North Main. Thank you for the opportunity to come in front of you today. I will share with you that at the beginning of last year's budget, the former COO and I met with Mr. Bacchus and Liza to kind of talk about how best we could get this a little more efficient. We did make a lot of changes, but I also want to remind council of a couple of things. One, your process has changed. In the beginning, and I don't want to say the way we used to do it, but in prior years, all of the grants were made at the beginning of the year. So all your money was granted out, the contracts were forwarded, and by December, we were finished unless there was some kind of issue and you were in your mid-year reports and confirming that other council or that other grantees were there. The change where you have now extended that period out, that even today you are still granting money, there is a timeline for which it really makes it very challenging to get that executed by the end of the year. So I do know that we've made some changes. Also, when you add, when other council members add money to a recipient, that does require a change in their funding agreement and it has to be altered. The council office then confirms if they are still within the compliance limits of the amount of money that under your program you are allowing. So there are a couple of items on that. On the second one too, Councilman Smiley, this grants office has 8 people? 8 people. And they are grants compliance for the entire city. Every grant that comes through the city of Memphis comes through this office, and this office touches it. That is over $200 million in active grants that are going on at any given time, at any given period. So the answer to your question would be about 30 people would be really great, Councilman Smiley, so that we could focus on all of the grants that we have. So this team really wants to do the very best that they can for our city and what we can do, and we are happy to sit down. I know that Manager Given works very closely with Brianna to make sure that we are on target. No, it's not. No. They work very closely together to make sure that that we are on target for what you need. And even with one of the grantees that Councilwoman Swearingen Washington and I talked to yesterday, who said, well, I gave all my stuff to you in September. The signed agreement that he gave us was December 7th. So sometimes we just have to make sure, and that's one of the things that Brianna and Manager Givens works well together, is logging in the status report so that you will know where we are. But we are absolutely committed to helping you in any way that we can make this a more efficient operation for you and your grantees.
So very, very helpful. And I know that I've got Councilwoman Swearingen Washington has the floor, and then I know Dr. Warren will go back to Johnson. I just want to be clear. So not today, but if you'll send us, very valid point about the ongoing grants. Anything that was, what I'd like to understand is the timeline for the 75% that was granted out July 1, I think, and December. It sounds like the average is 6 months. So again, I'd like to talk about some solutions or opportunities with the body about how we can shorten that down. And it could be as simple as picking a fiscal agent and paying them the fee and their sub-grantees. I mean, it could be community foundation, it could be whomever. I don't have a tie to it. And it may loosen the burden on having to spend so much resource on a $5,000 grant, right? It may be worth the 50 basis points. I don't know. I know we've done certain things with them, but again, let's have that conversation. Councilwoman? Councilman Warren, and then Councilwoman Johnson, and then and then we'll wrap up with Chairman Jones. I was leaning over to Chairman Jones. We'll probably have another conversation in the very near future about how to streamline the handoff from council's touch point to the administration. So don't feel like this is the last moment on it. Councilman Warren.
Yes, this maybe for Chief Ward could ask you this. Is there a particular reason if we have already approved a grantee and they get additional funds that they have to go back through the same process again? Or can we just add on to that? Why can't we do that? And the other question is, why can we not change the process to where the mayor signs it and sends it out and it comes back signed, then we can move on it? That would speed it up. Why can't we do both of those things?
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Good morning. So one of the issues with the timing of that is if you're granted early on into the year, like your immediate granting, then the team starts sending out paperwork. Well, the assumption is in the council office that you've already collected all of the 990, and it's already kind of been confirmed that this is an acceptable grantee. Correct. So then when it gets to the compliance team, which is Manager Given's team, they're just confirming that all that information is there. The funding agreement is very basic, excuse me, and it's basically the same agreement that's used for every single grantee. And it is like any other contract that the city of Memphis executes. The recipient party executes the contract first. Then it comes into the city for review by legal to ensure that the documents have not been changed, they have not been altered, that they are exactly in the same form as the city intended them when they sent them out. Once that is confirmed, then it goes through our legal process, it gets to the mayor, it comes back to purchasing. I mean, it's like every other contract that we do. And so we really try to move those as quickly as we possibly can.
Okay, now, you've gone through that process. Someone was granted a certain amount of money. We know what they can get to the 15%, but they weren't granted their 15% or whatever it was back in, July. And other members now are adding additional funds to it. And it's my understanding we're going through the whole process again for each one of those. Once we've cleared them and we know what the total should be, why are we going through the whole process again?
So again, if you have changed that, then you have to change the contract. You have to change the legally binding agreement between the two to amend it for the new amounts. But after that, it moves very quickly.
So if at the beginning, on each one of these contracts that are not at their 15%, in that contract we put and can receive up to 15% for the remainder of the year from other council members, would you be able to move on it without going further if we had that in our contract?
I could check with legal too.
So I think maybe that's what we should be doing just to speed things on. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councilman Warren.
Chair, thank you so much. And thank you for the information. So a lot of people have questions. We do want this to move as smoothly as possible. And I do understand that you got to protect the city, and this is what it's all about. But we just got to find a quicker way to do it. I know in some of the recipients that I granted funds for, they didn't provide all the documentation on the front end. So that may be something this body will have to insist upon rather than us just letting them turn something in and go from there. I think the staff too could probably do some type of a workshop so it can be out there on the website so they can see everything that they need to submit and to prevent any type of dead log in time because they just failed to get insurance or the insurance was canceled before paperwork was processed. So I just think we can work together and make this a better operation, especially this year, okay? Thank you.
Perfect. I'm going to drag this out until Jens gets back up here. But so what I'm hearing is you'll send us what the sample contract looks like just so we can see it when you get a chance. We have to streamline compliance docs, and I think the council has to be up on board, meaning council members. I know everyone gets phone calls. And there's always an exception or something, and I think we may have to batten down the hatches there because at the end of the day, it may. And then the big thing I think that I'm hearing too is culling the list. So we have this significant amount of grantees. We do the presentations, it's a whole thing. And, I'd be curious to know over the last few years, like how many new or, the point that I'm getting to is it'll be easier to turn over that paperwork if we're able to cull the grant list sooner rather than later and get the information of the likely grantees to the compliance department. And it may have to come in tranches. And then lastly, I think I heard another possibility is looking at perhaps a fiscal agent just to take it off there. And then, again, they've got relationships. So I don't know that that's a great option, but it's an option. So I'm trying to hold on for Joan. We're going to give him about 10 more seconds. Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, I was about to say, in response to what the chief and Ms. Givens talked about, part of this is self-inflicted. When we extended it and kept extending it, and I didn't think about it, I was like, well, yeah, mid-year, well, under our normal, if we set the deadline to be sooner, we wouldn't have to be going through this, but this was our doing. So from the standpoint, just thinking about a mid-year, an organization that received a mid-year normally in January, we still are processing a new application, and so we didn't account for the additional administrative burden that the staff would have. And so it's complicating things not only and to me and I talked about the unfairness to those who got their stuff in on time. And then if they're having to and because we don't allocate things all at once, if somebody's getting 50,000, well, they get 25,000 hopefully out the door immediately. We do the mid-year, but there's still other paperwork that this staff has to do on top of that. So when we go back and review this for next year, let's keep this in mind, and because we are penalizing those organizations that applied on time, that went by our original guidelines, because we're slowing up when they're getting their money. So I just hope that we have that reconsideration when we go back through this grant process. And, initially, I didn't want to be like the county commission doing this all throughout the year. And I didn't know but these are just the unintended consequences of what we did. But we have to own this, not the administration and not our staff. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Share it.
No, we own it.
Very good points. The other thing, too, as we go into the next budget season is we have a $750 million operating budget. We have, what's it, $92 million a year we issue in GO bonds for CIP projects. And then we have a whole bunch of unrelated funds. And I would tell you that we probably spend the most amount of time on this $3.2 million when we really should be talking about the primary budget. So we've got to find a way. And I know that touch points into the community comes through this grant program, but we really have got to spend less time on it, and that's utilizing a more efficient process and more time talking about parks and salaries and things of that nature. And that's one of the things I want to accomplish this year. Thank you for coming today. Very helpful. We may have some follow-up next meeting. Thank you for all the work your office is doing. Colleagues, moving on to item number 2, resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations in January 24. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Colvett. There's a request for same night minutes. Could I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
So moved.
Moved by Warren, seconded by Johnson. Ann Swearingen in Washington. We're gonna get her there. She's gonna be screaming out like we're bidding for something by the end of the day. Colleagues, this resolution, now therefore be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that the following requests for disbursements of the remaining funds be approved as follows. $1,000 to Freedom from Unnecessary Negatives, F Fund. $3,000 for Humane Society of Memphis and Shelby County. $5,000 for the Memphis Symphony Orchestra. $5,000 for My City Rides. $3,796.10. It's going to be the extra 10 cents that gets it over the hump. For Pure Youth Athletics Alliance, sponsored by Councilman Colvett. Colleagues, any questions on this item? Oh, it's already been moved. Councilman Canale? Moved again by Councilman Canale. Seconded by Councilman Canale. Is Councilman Canale in favor of this item? Yes. I think it passes. Canale's got it. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. I already said it in the, yeah, it's got a request for 9 minutes. I said it in the intro. All those opposed? Going once, going twice. This item, yeah, it's going with same 9 minutes, Jeff. Okay. This item passes. Seeing no other business before the Budget Committee, we are hereby adjourned.
Council. Mr. Backus, please call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilman Ford. Councilman Warren.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilman Canale. Here. Chair Issa Thomas.
Present. Thank you, colleagues. We have 2 items on our agenda today. Number 1 is the appointment to Memphis and Shelby County Film and Television Commission. Ms. Gina Neely, all council districts, requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
Motion by Warren, second by Jones. Ms. Neely or administration, is there anyone who would like to speak on this item?
Ms. Neely, you have been summoned, ma'am.
Councilwoman Johnson, please stop distracting the appointees. Please show Councilwoman Johnson is present. Well, she got the same position as you, not in the chair. Ms. Neely?
Yes.
Hi, good morning. Would you like to give a few words about concerning your appointment this morning?
I just want to bring my
Name and address for the record, please.
And name and address for the record. Thank you.
Gina Neely, 426 North Front Street, Memphis, Tennessee, 38103. And I will be bringing my experience, background, knowledge, energy, as well as personality to the board.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely watch you weekly to see what's going on Bluff City Life. And thank you for the administration for bringing this great appointee for this board. Any comments by colleagues? All right. I'm going to move that we do both of these appointments.
She'll be great.
Okay. I'm going to move that we do this appointment with same night minutes. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Ms. Neely. This will be downstairs this evening. Colleagues, item number 2 is the appointment to the Memphis and Shelby County Economic Development Growth Engine, otherwise known as EDGE. Mr. Jatin Kumar, am I saying that correctly? Jatin? Okay. Mr. Jatin Kumar, all council districts requested by administration. Can I get a motion in a second? Moved by Warren, second by Johnson. Mr. Kumar, if you can give your name and address and any words you'd like to share for us.
Jatin Kumar, I live in Germantown, 3067 Windstone Way, Germantown, Tennessee, 38138. Been appointed by the county commission to be on the EDGE board, and we're here to seek the city's approval.
Any colleagues, any questions, comments? All right. Well, Mr. Kumar, I'm going to move that this be sent down with same 9 minutes this afternoon. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right. Thank you, Mr. Kumar. This will be on this afternoon. Any other business for this committee? Seeing none, this committee is adjourned.
There we go. It is 11:22, and I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, and General Services Committee to order. Ms. Key, you know what to do.
Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Warren. Present. Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Easter, she's here.
Councilman Canali. Chair Smiley.
Absolutely. All right, we have 2 items on the agenda today. I think we should get through them pretty quickly. Item number 1, resolution accepting the donation of real property located at 2140 South 3rd Street, parcel ID number 0500880001200010C and 00013, totaling 9.02 acres, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration. This was held from January 10th meeting. Can I get a motion in a second?
Move. Second.
Move it by Jones, seconded by Swearingen Washington. Mr. Osborne.
Good morning, council.
Good morning.
Carlton Osborne, City of Memphis Real Estate Manager, 8935 Raleigh Cove. The administration is asking for the approval for the acceptance of this property at 2140 South 3rd. It's a consolidation of 3 different parcels, totaling 9.2 acres. It also has on it a 50,000 square foot facility that we propose to use for engineering use, and we're asking for the approval for that. And we would also like to ask for same night minutes on this, since we held it for 2 weeks.
Any questions from this body? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? All right, in the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Item number 2, presentation of Cordova traffic study, Districts 1 and 2, Super District 9, requested by Engineering Division. Director, you gonna talk to us today?
Yes, sir. Good morning, council members. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So just a bit of a context on the reason behind the presentation this morning. Late in 2021, I believe Councilman Carlisle had a town hall meeting over at Burt Ferguson. During that meeting, a lot of the community showed up, expressed some concerns about traffic issues in and around Cordova. So late 2021, there was some funding that was allocated to perform basically a public engagement portion of getting the feedback from the community in terms of identifying some of the traffic concerns that they may have seen. We have concluded that initial public engagement. And so what we're presenting to you today is a summary of that. And we do have our consultant here to present. It's a fairly short presentation, roughly about 12 slides. And with that said, I would like to introduce Mr. Doug Sweat with Kimley Horn, who's the consultant that did the public engagement for the city.
Good morning, council.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Doug Sweat. I'm with Kimley Horn and Associates, 6750 Poplar Avenue, Suite 600, Memphis, Tennessee, 38138.
Thank you.
Mr. Randy's going to be helping me with the presentation over there. So got a little bit of a background on what the Cordova traffic study is, but essentially it's an opportunity to look at the public infrastructure in Cordova and identify the needs, the issues from a vehicular standpoint, also from a multimodal standpoint, pedestrians and bikes. Look at safety in the area, look at transportation issues. So identify maybe what the people of the community see as the issues, and then collect data and determine what those issues are, combined with the public input, and make recommendations for infrastructure improvement. As Director mentioned, the first step of this was the public engagement process. So reaching out to the community and identifying what the needs were in their eyes, what the users of those facilities are every day, what they saw as the issues, and what they experienced on the roadway, which is a very important part of identifying what the recommendations and needs are in that area. So we started with a online project website. And you'll see a picture of this. You'll see the bubbles on the right side, gives you some context of what that project website looked like. But we used it as an educational opportunity for the community as well. So we started with identifying what the purpose of traffic studies is, and then identifying what maybe some of the common transportation problems that they may experience on the road network might be. For example, congestion. I know a lot of y'all drive Germantown Parkway and experience what congestion is. Speeding, cut-through traffic, right? Those are all things that are probably hot topics that you hear from constituents as you're hearing about what's going on in your communities. So started setting the table for what some of those terms meant, and started to hopefully create and generate some ideas as they were starting to go through this process of ways to provide feedback. We also started giving them some potential solutions to think about. So as you're thinking about what speeding and cut-through traffic and those types of issues are, here are some solutions that you might think of. And as you're thinking about your community, where might some of these potential recommendations be beneficial? Where would you like to see some of these things? And so we put that out there for them and gave them an opportunity to be educated on what we're looking for and the type of terminology that we would use in the study. So one of the, if you'll go to the next slide, one of the things about public input is we can create all these opportunities for people to provide their input, but if they don't know that it's there in front of them, we don't get really good responses. And so we can create online maps and we can create these tools to be used, but getting the tools into the people's hands is one of the most critical pieces. And so we can push this on social media, but we found that the most effective way to get feedback from the input from the people is to actually put something in their hands physically to give them the opportunity to provide that input. So we sent out mailers to all residential addresses and business addresses in the Cordova area. That ended up being 51,700 mailers that were sent out starting on April 11th, 2022. Now, through the bulk mail system, it took about 2 weeks to get all 51,000 mailers sent out. So by about April 20th, April 21st, we were done getting all those mailers out. We sent them to, and I'll show you a map in a few slides, but if you'll click to the next one, give you a little bit of data for the people that responded. So the online website was active from April 11th until August 2nd. We closed the comment period at that point. Now you can still pull up the map and see the responses and click on them and see the information, but there's no more opportunity right now to provide public input. We can always open that back up as a future process. If we continue on with further steps in the study, we can open that back up and give the community opportunities to give more input. So on that website, we had unique users. So we had Google Analytics turned on. And so we had 1,445 unique users who went to that website, that educational website that I mentioned. And so that was 1,445 unique IP addresses of people connecting to that website. We had 2,177 page views. So there may have been, one person may have gone there on a Tuesday and gone there the next day. That would count as 2 views, but 1 unique user if they use the same device. The number of sessions on our online tool, which I'll show you in a few minutes, was 1,814. The day that we had the most users was April 27th. We had 101 users log into the website that single day. And so if you correlate that back to when we started the mailers out, it was about April 11th when we started. And so about 2.5 weeks after we started sending mailers out, you saw a peak in people hitting the website and giving us feedback. If you click the next slide. So this is a screenshot of the online interactive map, and it's a little bit light, so it's hard to see, but there's a red boundary that's kind of tracing it. You'll see Highway 64 on the north. You'll see Houston Levee on the east side. You'll see Walnut Grove as the limits on the south. Kind of ran over to the I-240 Walnut Grove area up through Sycamore View, past Highway 70 to Elmore Road, and then back up Highway 70 to 64. So that was the study area. And that we sent mailers to every residential or business address within that boundary. So that was zip codes such as 38016, 38018, 38133, and which is that section between Highway 64 and I-40 in Whitten, that little triangle area, and then 38134, which is the Sycamore View, Elmore Road, Walnut Grove, I-240 area. So we covered that whole red boundary that I just kind of described with mailers to all those addresses. So that interactive tool, you can this was a screenshot at the very end of the process. Every single dot or icon that you see and certain lines on there is an input that some user within the Cordova area put feedback in. And so that's, if you go to the next slide, that totaled 1,232 comments is what we received, which is a pretty incredible response in a public engagement process to have 1,232 comments. So those came in through online interactive map as well as email. So we actually set up a project-specific email account. It was input@cordovatraffic.com, and that was included on that mailer. And so if somebody didn't have access to the interactive tool or couldn't figure it out, which we did get some responses that people couldn't figure it out, they were able to use that email and just provide us their input. So we did get about 78 emails from people that we went through and compiled comments out of as well. So of those 1,232 comments, 1,088 were observed transportation conditions and 144 were recommended connections. Randy, can you go back a slide real quick for me? I'm going to describe those too. The recommended connections were things like in the top box on the top right, new roadway connections, widen existing roads, maybe a multi-use path for bikes or peds, newer improved bike facilities, sidewalk connections, and then we had an other category to capture any other ideas that people had as far as connections go. The recommended options, issues that people would see were things like excessive traffic, unsafe driving conditions, speeding, cut-through traffic, traffic calming devices needed, traffic signals, public transit issues, signage or marking, or difficult to cross street or intersection for pedestrian crossing. So let's flip to the next slide. So of those connections, you saw about 144 comments or feedback based on connections like roadway connections, bike facilities, sidewalk facilities, those types of things. We had 1,088 responses on types of traffic conditions that you would see, like speeding or cut-through traffic or those types of things. So there was a lot of feedback that was provided. So these next few slides are going to kind of give you a high-level overview and breakdown of those different pieces of feedback and input that we got from the general public. So this is a graph that kind of shows by those different categories the number of responses that we got that kind of categorized into each of those areas. You can see the speeding issues was by far the highest transportation condition piece that we got back. That was 275 comments, and you can I hear some giggle. You know, speeding is a problem, right? And I will say one of the general categories of unsafe driving conditions, there were a lot of comments in that 156 that were tied to speeding as well. And so when somebody thought about an unsafe driving condition, they thought about speeding traffic, making it unsafe. So it actually is higher than 275 for speeding issues, but they were kind of caught in some of those other categories as well. We then took this data and we created what we call a heat map. And we started looking at where are the locations, not just by type, but by location and type, are there common themes to where these types of issues are occurring? So if you'll pull up that next map, so for example, this is the speeding issue and traffic calming device needed. You can start seeing all the white dots or every piece of feedback that fell into those categories. And then you can start seeing the red kind of show up where you have higher density locations of people experiencing issues such as speeding or a recommendation for a traffic calming device to be installed. And so I'll kind of orient you some of these areas. So on the northeast, the top right, you see Fletcher Trace has a little bit of a red spot showing up on the top left side. That's Lakeside Drive. And I want to make one comment about Lakeside Drive because this is one of the downsides to public engagement. The way we did it is there were 15 traffic speeding issues identified along Lakeside Drive, and all 15 of those comments were made within a 2-minute period on the same day, which is beneficial to having Google Analytics turned on because it was probably the same person going in and putting 15 marks, right? But we can't exactly classify that, so we show it up as each comment. We don't want to weed that out and make that assumption, but that's just one example. We had a couple other of those as you dig into the data, but that was the highest one that we saw of 15 comments within a 2-minute period. So you can see a bunch of other red dots around there. I won't necessarily go through all of them, but there were several of those. The next slide shows you kind of those locations, just a list. So we talked to, I mentioned Fletcher Trace in there. I mentioned Lakeside Drive, but you see areas like Walnut Grove and Cully Road, Far Drive. And so what we did was we worked with engineering to look at estimates. So for all these locations, to put in traffic calming devices like speed bumps is your basic traffic calming device for speeding issues. Putting them on all these would total about $1.1 million to get speed humps in all of these locations. The next one was unsafe driving conditions, and like I mentioned, that one was kind of a catch-all, but there were several locations that popped up, and the first one was Berry Hill Road on that top right area. One of the common themes there were curves and vegetation. It was dark along the road, and so people felt unsafe as they were driving, navigating that area. There was another one over on Cordova Road, Dexter Road. Let me mention Dexter first. That was another thing that we saw in the feedback of the study was why you have a lot of sections of roadway in this area, in the Cordova area, that are wide because of maybe a property was developed and the city required the owner to develop that roadway to a full section, and then you get to the next property and it's not been developed and it narrows down to a 2-lane road, and then you get to the next one, it widens back out. And so one of the things about Dexter that was identified was just the inconsistent section of that roadway as you move through there. And there were a lot of curves and vegetation in there as well. Cordova Road was another one that was mentioned there as well. So unsafe driving conditions were things like speeding, signage, maybe requesting enforcement along those areas, signal improvements, cut through traffic, needing lighting, unimproved sections like I mentioned, and then narrow roads or lanes. So those are some of the things that kind of fell into that unsafe driving conditions category. So there's a list of those 4 locations that I just kind of mentioned as well. The next one was traffic signal needed. And I think all of us have been through an intersection where we go, hey, there needs to be a traffic signal at this location, right? We kind of feel that congestion and the unsafe movements that typically happen at those types of locations. So there were several here. Dexter Road at Dexter Lane is kind of in the middle there. Dexter at Chimney Rock is as well. Highway 64 at Morning Sun on that top right, that was one of the higher ones that we got feedback on where a traffic signal was needed. Great View Drive, Walnut Grove was another one. And then Trinity at Walnut Bend was another one of the high ones as well. And then Walnut Grove at Timber Creek was one of the ones identified. I know the city has a project there already to put a signal in. So that one right there is already being identified as a city project. So based on an average cost of a signal for those 5 locations, we'd be looking at about $3.75 million to put traffic signals at those locations. And lastly, there were other just general common transportation improvements that were made or that were recommended in this feedback, modifying lane configuration and maybe confusing areas, road geometry, and then there was a pretty consistent theme of hearing about some roundabouts. That's becoming a topic of conversation these days in transportation. So I'll briefly just kind of run through the recommended connections. The primary one was widen existing roads. Like I mentioned, there's a lot of unimproved sections on these roadways where you see full lane sections, and then you go to the next property and it narrows down to 2 lanes. So that was the primary piece of feedback that we got about on the recommended connections. The next slide will show you the hot spots for where we got that feedback. That was Houston Levy Road, Macon Road, Walnut Grove, Dexter, and Sanga. So those are the top 5 locations that we got recommended connections on. And that concludes the summary for this. Any questions?
Among this bunch, of course. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. I'm really happy we did this study. Kind of, like I said, it laid out a loud engagement, yada, yada, yada. But most importantly, even if you got the check today, I think the next question is going to be, how do you it's always money and manpower, so to speak. So like, even if I wrote you a check for all of it today, we couldn't even execute it. So I guess for the next steps, even though we've got a grand total here, I'd like to understand, and not for today, but as this progresses, how this capital plan might be laid out in an executable manner over 2, 3, 4, 5 fiscal years, so that we actually have a roadmap to do that.
I'll let, can I add one?
Yeah.
You mind if I add one piece of information to that? And I meant to mention this at the very end, but we've already started taking some of this feedback and implementing it into existing projects that are already budgeted. So like, for example, I know Accelerate Memphis has a lot of work going on currently, right? One of those locations is Old Cordova at Macon and A Street. We use the feedback that we got there to identify what improvements could be done as a part of that project and start solving. So we can leverage some of the existing projects that the city's already doing to help implement some of the solutions and recommendations that we see or needs from the public. Other locations like Germantown and Dexter, we're doing an Accelerate Memphis project, Germantown Trinity. So some of those, we're already starting to plug some of this input into those projects and address some of them already. So from a now, we're already doing some of it. And then from a next steps, I'll let the city come and address that.
Good morning, everyone. Chandel Ryan, COO for City of Memphis. I just wanted to mention just to provide some more context around this, being the public information that we're receiving, comments from the public, but also we would love an opportunity to bring this information internally to review it. Engineering hasn't really made a recommendation in response to all of these recommendations, so I would love to have the opportunity to do that review first before committing to, taking these steps particularly. So I wanted to make that comment. Just give us a chance to absorb all the information that's provided to us today.
Respectfully, how much time are we talking? Because this report was concluded and conducted almost 60 to 75 days ago. Yeah. This is just the time that we made allotted for it to be presented to the council.
In regards to, just addressing what the next steps are on this, I imagine the next steps would be really identifying internally the need. I understand that these are recommendations viewed by the public. We'll have to look at every single intersection. For example, if the traffic signal is warranted, we'll still have to conduct our warrant study related to that. So that would typically occur internally, but at the same time, we'll have to start determining, okay, where does the funding come from at that point? So from a planning perspective.
Guys, let's not be government here. Let's not be government. I hear you, and there are appropriate channels and processes specific to engineering and liability, but we spent almost a year conducting a public input for $600,000 for the city of Memphis. People have endured in Cordova these issues for a long period of time, and they don't often ask for very much. It's a newer community. I guess what I'm saying is I hear you, and I want to be very respectful of the administration's desire to go through a process, but I'm also not going to be super on board with a long, drug out, we would like to deliver results to these communities that don't ask for a lot. This is crime and then traffic, out in Cordova. Those are the two big things that I hear everywhere I go. Every now and then it's now solid waste, which has gone down dramatically, which Shadell could move. But I want to have a collaborative relationship here, but time is working against us and people feel like we're just dragging and dragging and dragging and dragging. That may be fair, it may not be fair, but I'm asking you guys to commit to a timeline here so that we can continue to chop wood on this.
Again, from a planning perspective, I'm just putting my planner's hat on. In order for us to address it, we have to have everything on the table, meaning that is there a plan through the MPO that we could potentially add to this particular project? So it's not just one item, it has to be a planning, a thorough planning, basically, in terms of where we think funding can come from. If the funding is, scenario-wise, if all the funding is there available, that can be implemented fairly quickly. But again, it's going to be driven by the funding source.
So great point, and I understand that means sometimes we'll be applying for grants and trying to do local matches, and I get all that. We're going into budget season. I would expect to see some of these, $1.1 million to address 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 issues seems like a drop in the bucket going into a budget season with $92 million of debt, plus whatever cash capital pay-go is available, whatever that funding source would be. Now, I have to find 7 friends here that will agree with me, 6, that's right, 6 that will agree with me. But my point is instead of trying to be heavy-handed from the council, we want to work with you guys because you're the executing counterparty, but I also don't want to wait around, and this isn't you individually, but the cog of government to be slow and cumbersome to where people feel like we're not moving along. That's what we got to marry up.
I appreciate that, Councilman. I do want to add that there is a third party, which is the public. So we've conducted numerous of these installations and gone through that process only to find out that there's residences that don't want it. And then we end up removing it and waste our time and effort to do that. So there is a third party beyond the administration and council.
But this is why we spent $600,000 was to get a general idea of where they are. So I'd say that part we've completed. What's the word?
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
What's the issue?
So the comment was in regards to the funding associated with it. So initially, when we initially talked about that, it was supposed to be a split cost between the county and the city.
Right.
The county deferred and said, no, we don't want to do it.
Yep,
So,
consolidation, got it, good point.
right. So we're just talking about you mentioned $600,000, and that's not the case.
Yeah, well, so where did we end up on the total cost? Because we appropriated 600,000 from this body.
It was 500,000.
500?
But the actual contract itself was 4.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
When we got this directive from council to complete the study, it was essentially an unfunded mandate. We never actually did get dedicated funding for this study. So what we've done thus far is we've tried to find money within the operating budget to complete what we could as a part of the study. But we still have work to do. The study is not complete. Like the recommendations that we have from the public, that's what we have now. But we still have to get into the detailed analysis work.
How is it an unfunded mandate? Will staff pull that resolution? Because I went to the administration, asked for the funding source, and we voted on it.
We can pull that. We'll revisit that again. But again, it's done. But we'll look to see because I don't remember.
It's kind of like the sidewalk program here. It's going to start to get dicey. Because again, we try to do our best. Like we're part-timers. We're the ones out there in neighborhood meetings. I mean, I think 8 of us. Let me think about this. 3 and 4. Yeah, 8 of us last night were in different parts of the city getting absolutely toned up by, and I'm just pissed off people. And so we're trying to do the best we can to give that feedback to the administration with the expectation of some form of partnership and communication. And I know you guys want that, but when things like that get commented to me, it really irritates me because I did what was asked of me, which is work with the COO's office to identify a source. We made a vote, and then you tell me it's an unfunded mandate, which isn't accurate when we were having that discussion over a year ago. So I don't want to belabor the point because we need to move on with the day, but we like this is the stuff that just when we're in neighborhood meetings pisses people off.
I understand, Councilman Carlisle, and give me an opportunity to understand what's going on with this funding source question. But in general, we don't want to take a long time getting this information back to the council as well. So if you would allow us an opportunity to talk about what the next steps are, I'm happy to do a report out at the next council meeting to give more clarity on where we are with what this looks like and a timeline. If that's acceptable, I would love to have the opportunity to do that.
I'll do you one better. In all fairness, so that it is a robust, complete, and full discussion so that it can be productive here, I'll see you at the second meeting in February. That gives you almost a month to do that work. I think that's reasonable.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, thank you. And Shondell, to you in particular, I know you're just now getting into position, and I want to be fair to that. And so you're kind of getting drug into the middle because I know you guys divided up tons of duties and responsibilities, and the Cordova traffic study probably wasn't top of your list. But we have a lot of people that it's top of their list, and it's kind of like some of these signalizations. So as we go into budget season, I want to have some funding set aside and an actual execution game plan. And then I'm going to go give out hugs and handshakes and high fives and try and find 7 people to agree with me. 6 people. I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
And to your point, some of this is already planned, some of it's already in Accelerate. So I would love to do a reconciliation of that as well. I just want to give a full understanding, appreciation of where we are. So thank you for that additional time.
And I'd like for my colleagues in 9 and 1 and 2 to be able to send a letter to the big homeowners associations that are constantly asking what's going on, and we're going to pen a letter, send them this and say, these are the results of the input and here are the next steps. And so we'd like to be able to communicate that to our constituents because I get asked about it every time I'm out there. So I appreciate your time, Chair. Sorry for taking so much, but I just wanted to address it.
We appreciate you, Councilman Carlisle. Chair Jones?
I yield to Councilman Warren. And I'll follow him.
Technically, Councilwoman Logan was in the queue as well.
Only briefly.
So she said real briefly.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. I would also like to ask, when you're doing your deliberating or looking into it, are you going to be, and I'm sure you are, looking at the data to inform, even though this is public comment, but if you match the data with it, and if there's a high percentage of these places that may have had traffic accidents or deaths or fatalities or, any of those things, that they get a higher priority and speed along, because we would have had data plus the public comment letting us know where the hot spots are. So hopefully, even if it takes a little longer on certain things, those areas could be addressed immediately. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Dr. Warren, Councilman Warren.
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing, and I think what the public is asking for, and what would be beneficial to the council is, if we, as you're looking at this, let's find some things we can move on quickly that would make a significant difference, like traffic signals or speed interventions in those hot spots that Councilwoman Logan was talking about, so the public can see something's happening. Now, the longer term things, road widening, things along that line, they're going to take a couple years to plan, and all that intervention and stuff. We understand that takes time. It's got to get in there. Help us show our public that we're listening to them and you guys are listening to us by finding those things that we can move on more quickly. I think that would be a win-win for everybody. Thank you.
We'll be happy to provide that information as well, because there are some things that's happening now currently.
Thank you. All right. Is there?
I still have mine.
Okay, Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the presentation again. The observed transportation conditions. The fourth number was other. Do we have an idea of what's up? I know other means all encompasses, it's a hodgepodge of things, but were there any that sort of common themes of those others that you can think of offhand?
Sorry, Councilman, which slide were you looking at?
Observed transportation conditions, the other 147.
Other. Off the top of my head, I do not, but I can look through and look back at the data. We have that summarized in a robust report too. And so we can provide that data.
And then 2 slides after that, the $1.1 million for traffic calming devices. Is that 1.1? Is that the permanent calming devices, or is it the temporary? So would that number be different? And could we accommodate more areas if we were looking at the more temporary ones, for lack of a better word?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That was an estimate for permanent speed humps at the locations identified in that list.
Okay. And if you could remind me, for the cost of a permanent one, how many temporary ones can we have? Is it 2 to 1, 3?
It's approximately 5 to 1.
5 to 1. Okay. Gotcha. And then my last comment, though, as we talk about Germantown Parkway and the other thoroughfares and streets in that part of town, it still takes me back to NLC, and we were talking about the bipartisan infrastructure plan. The fact that we have such a high number, I think, depending upon what report you're talking about, we're either 1, 2, or 3 when it comes to pedestrian fatalities. And the particular presentation that we talked about was saying that Memphis is primed because they look at the number of pedestrian fatalities. So I know it's only been 2 weeks since we've talked about this, and I showed it to Councilman Smiley, Vice Chair Smiley, this $170 million, he thought it was $170,000 at first. And so when we talk about that, if we look at that sources of additional funding, it's a big lift for us to do this if we're just talking about local dollars. But if we can leverage it with the bipartisan infrastructure plan, then it's not as great of a lift, and I think we may be able to make some progress. Even if it's just a fraction of that, that's a fraction that the taxpayers of Memphis wouldn't have to come up with. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, it appears that all hearts and minds are clear. And Councilman Carlisle noted that Councilman Jones made a good point. I think that might be the first time in council history. But all right. Thank you so much. All right.
Thank you.
Committee stand adjourned.
Planning and Zoning Committee. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Smiley.
I'm here.
Chair Johnson.
Present.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Fantastic. Today we have listed 5 items. 1 item will be held, so we really only have 4 to be addressed today. The first one is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of Chelsea Avenue from Harrison Street to North Hollywood Street for Dr. Gloria Pryor Lewis. This is in District 7, Super District 8, being sponsored by council members Easter, Thomas, and Smiley. They're requesting same night minutes. Can I have it moved?
Move.
Second, been moved and second, Smiley and Easter Thomas. Who would like to speak on this?
Real quick, so this was essentially oversight on our part from last council meeting. We just wanted to make sure that we had the honorary street name change because initially the resolution honoring Dr. Gloria Pryor Lewis was also supposed to be a street name change. So we're collecting one of our oversights.
All right. Let's move on. Everybody in approval, say aye.
Just 2 of us, 3 of us.
Aye, we're all in approval? Okay, no opposition. That will receive a favorable recommendation. The second one is pretty detailed, yes.
Chair, I want to ask that we hold item number 2, and I'm going to ask the same for its number on the full council agenda number 10. Just because I've been informed that the associations from downtown and midtown put together have a meeting upcoming with the division, and that they just wanted time to have that meeting before the second reading so that it wouldn't get caught up around the third reading.
I will definitely agree with that. You want to speak for a second? Give me a second. Because I still was going to definitely remind everybody how close we were to making a final decision.
Yeah.
And we do need to make sure any code changes that you would like to implement, it is important that we start definitely thinking about it. So
Yeah, and I'm glad that they do have a meeting set up with the division and, just to give them more time to talk about however that is.
Yes, Mr.
John Zena, Division of Planning and Development. That meeting actually was last week. Last Thursday, Mr. Ragsdale and I met with the Midtown Memphis group, and we went through their most recent round of asks, and we had a few items that we agreed to introduce to you. Our thought was to introduce those items on third reading at committee so that we just kind of get a final round of changes done at the end rather than piecemealing it. There were a couple of things that they asked for that we had good discussion on and explained that we thought that they would not be advantageous for us to undertake, and I believe that there was some agreement on that. And our understanding is that they have another correspondence that they plan to send to us that we'll take a look at once we get it. We're agreeable to a hold to the extent that it's needed, but I do just want to conclude by saying that I do feel like we are being very responsive to their concerns while also balancing the fact that there is support for this ZTA, and so we don't want to diminish the overall intent. At least our preference would be not to.
Okay.
Thank you, Director Zena. I do think that you all are being real responsive, and I do appreciate that because you don't get a lot of examples of that happening. So thank you all for doing that. And yes, you're right. You all already had the meeting. They said that they were still trying to look at compromises for certain items. So if you aren't objecting to the hold, I think that's still a good idea, and I think we still have time for that second and third reading for sure.
Councilman Warren?
Thank you. Could you possibly discuss the things that you agreed with the local Midtown people about and the things that you felt shouldn't go through that they were requesting?
Sure.
JB.
Give me a moment to pull up my email. The first couple of things were related to the dimensional standards for townhouses in the RU1 district. A couple of things that they asked for were on the setback, to have a minimum setback of 20 feet for those, which we agreed to. They also requested that the minimum lot size be increased from 1,500 to 2,000 square feet, which we also agreed to. Another item on the cottage lots was in reference to an alley.
Just before you go on that, how many land parcels did moving it from 1,500 to 2,000 take out of play for us being able to build on in that district? I remember you had a slide where you were showing us at this size, it would take this many, and when you drop it or increase it, you lose those. How many did we lose by doing that?
We'd have to run that analysis. The slide that you're referring to actually had to do with the cottage-style single-family homes in the R6 district.
Okay.
So I don't have the comparable number for townhouses in the RU1.
Was it a significant number or just a few like it was in that previous?
I would not think that this would be a significant number of lots.
Okay, sorry, then go to your second point. Sorry.
One of the other requests that they made was relative to the cottage-style single-family home, where it references access from an alley that they requested that we clarify that it be an improved alley as opposed to an unimproved alley, which we agree that that is wise. I mean, ultimately, the idea is if this home is served by an alley access, they need to make sure that they have access. So we agreed to that. We also agreed that, there was some concern about if we're dropping the minimum lot size where an accessory dwelling unit would be allowed from an accessory dwelling unit, if we're dropping the minimum lot size from 10,000 to 6,000, and also at the same time allowing for the total square footage of an accessory dwelling unit to be larger. Their concern was that might create some unintended consequences where you're allowing smaller lot, bigger structure. We said, okay, to start out, let's just drop the minimum lot size. We'll keep the standards on the physical size or floor area of the ADU the same. And so we plan to submit that.
What was that physical size for the accessory building?
So now it will just maintain what the current code says, which is 1/3 of the, 1/3 of the gross floor area. That is one change. Or 700 square feet, whichever is smaller.
Okay.
We were changing it to whichever is greater, so we'll strike that out. And so now it's going to be 1/3 of the gross floor area or 700 square feet, whichever is smaller.
Okay.
To my knowledge, they're okay with that. Like I said, we're awaiting a response. A couple of things. There was one item that they asked for about essentially adding to all standards on residential buildings that all front doors should always open toward the main street. Over the weekend, I actually drove several areas of the city. I found countless examples where front doors don't always open onto the main street. I just think that would create a lot of problems to have a blanket statement like that. And my suggestion to them was that might be something, if it's a concern for Midtown, that we continue to work with them on breathing that into the design guidelines for the landmarks areas or breathing that into the Midtown overlay. Let's not trip up the entire city on something that could be pretty.
When you say front doors open onto Main Street, that means they can't open back into the home? They've got to open out, or they just got to be in the front?
Well, I think what they were intending is that that the front door be front and center on the structure. There are many examples of bungalows in Midtown, for example, where you walk up steps to a front porch, and then the front door is on the right. So the front door is actually facing the side. it's not facing the front.
Yeah, there's a lot of those.
Absolutely. And so by putting in what they asked for, I think it would create a lot of problems that we'd like to avoid. But there's still a way that I think we can work more surgically to, like I said, infuse that into design guidelines for historic neighborhoods, which I think is more of the concern here. And then another item that they asked for was for us to look at public notice on minor subdivisions. It is the same as major subdivisions, and so our recommendation would be to keep that as it is. And there was also a question about a former code or a previous code provision only allowed the property owner to appeal a decision on a minor subdivision. That was changed in the last ZTA. I think the Midtown group just wasn't aware of that. So that's been fixed.
Okay.
And then, like I said, we're kind of waiting for feedback on a couple of other items in order to respond to that. But that's the long version.
Okay, so we just let this continue and we'll bring all these changes back at third reading?
It would be my preference to. I know there was a motion by Councilwoman Easter Thomas to hold on second reading, but it would be my preference that we just clean all this up at third reading. And then there's one other item too that I wanted to mention relative to Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
In our recent meeting with Councilwoman Johnson, we talked about, she expressed a concern about the amount of time that the public has on mailed notice. So currently, related to mailed notice for a public hearing, Section 9.3.4D1 states that where mailed notice is required, notification shall be mailed not more than 45 or less than 10 days prior to the date of the public hearing. The concern was that 10 days does not allow the public enough time to digest the proposal. And so we discussed changing not less than 10 days to not less than 25 days to allow the public a little bit more notice before the public hearing. We also would suggest that this take effect January 1 of 2024 because we already have all of our application deadlines set for 2023. Those have been published. And this change would affect all application types, whether they come to legislative bodies, Land Use Control Board, Board of Adjustment, or Memphis Landmarks Commission. And so what we would suggest is that since 2023 deadlines have been published, this be effective in 2024 so that we can accommodate this change in in next year's schedule of application deadlines and meeting dates. It did. Thank you.
Okay, the third item has been requested for a hold earlier, so we're going to move on. Item number 4, SUP 22-31, 526 Wickley Avenue, a special use permit to allow for the expansion of a metal recycling facility. It's located in District 7, Super District 8. May we have a presentation, please? Name and address.
Good afternoon, Chairwoman and members of the City Council. My name is Seth Thomas with the Memphis Shelby County Office of Planning and Development. This request is a special use permit for property on 526 Wickley Avenue to allow for the expansion of an existing metal recycling facility in the heavy industrial district, zoning district. Here's the location map of where the property is. Here's an aerial of the site. So the property is to the north, west, and south of the subject property, but specifically the subject properties. Adjoining neighbors at 1280 North 7th Street and 485 Plum Avenue received a special use permit for metal recycling back in 1995. That special use permit was jointly granted between both City Council and County Commission as we did that at that point in time. The existing zoning surrounding the property is a mixture of heavy industrial and light industrial IH or EMP. And that's sort of reflected by the land use map, with purple being an industrial land use and commercial being in red. Here are some site photos of the property from Collierville-Arlington Road facing west, and the railroad tracks that sort of divide up the property that's just due east. This is a site plan, kind of hard to read from where it is right now, but the current vacant lot is going to be proposed to have this sort of sorting, aluminum metal sorting facility that will reduce the time it takes for the company as it exists right now to, do what they do, I guess. So the applicant is requesting a special use permit to allow the expansion of a metal recycling facility. This application is being filed by the owners of the surrounding properties to expand their current use, and staff feels that this project will not have any substantial or undue adverse effects on adjacent property owners or the character of the surrounding properties. We are recommending approval with just one condition, that any change or deviation from the site plan will be subjected to boards for review. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. It's been moved by Canal, second by Warren, too. Yes. Mr. Worth Morgan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My request to speak button is grayed out for some reason. Which metals are being recycled at this facility currently?
I believe it's just aluminum. I can let the representatives of the company speak, but my understanding was when it was filed, just aluminum.
Okay, so commercial, or is it also cans, Dr. Pepper can, or is it a lot of commercial aluminum use as well, or all aluminum from anywhere you get it? Who are y'all's customer base is part of the question.
Councilman Morgan, Brian Yoakum, on behalf of OmniSource. Probably the best way, rather than me try to answer your questions, we have the engineer for the company here, that John Kunza, K-U-N-Z. John Kunza, K-U-N-Z. He could most directly address the questions.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, John Kunze with OmniSource. So what we're going to be recycling there is the byproduct of our shredder that's on site. So when we shred material in there, the ferrous goes down the downstream. We have a product that comes off of there that'll be processed through this new state-of-the-art metal recycling system of equipment. And so we'll get aluminum, stainless steel, and wire that we're not capturing today through our existing process. No cans or anything like that, or nothing other than what we're producing on site will go through that process.
Okay. I guess mainly where it's recyclable, so it's all used before y'all are sourcing your materials mostly from commercial construction use, demolition, or no cans? Where's the metal coming in from, those?
It's a mixture of industrial and I guess, end of life items from around the local area. So cars, water heaters, but also clips from, industrial processors, stamping plants, and then demolition, right, would be the last one, which would be in the obsolete category as well.
Okay. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Dr. Warren.
You don't recycle catalytic converters or do stuff with platinum or anything like that. And maybe you could explain to us where these guys who are still in the catalytic converters are recycling their stuff. How does that work? Do you have any idea?
Yeah, I don't have a greater depth of knowledge of that. I'm focused more on that process.
Yeah.
That maybe Ray has.
Yeah, I'm Ray Sarmento. I'm in operations. No, we do not purchase catalytic converters.
And do you have any idea how that goes about, who does that, or where that's done? Is that sort of just on the sly places?
How they do it?
Yeah.
I couldn't tell you. I mean, the way, obviously, catalytic converter is within the exhaust system, and they have tools, they cut it off. We do not buy it because it's against the law to buy catalytic converters.
So every bit of that is illegal. So the people who are recycling this are doing it illegally.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Yep.
No one else? I have a question. How is this recycled material being removed from the facility?
How when it leaves the facility.
It's removed from the location, right?
So most of the products that are coming from the from the new process that we'll have on site will go via truck or container off of the site.
Will there be an increase in the number of trucks compared to what you've been doing in the past?
No.
Okay.
No, it's the same number of trucks. This process is purely to increase our efficiencies of what we're already doing today.
Okay. All right. This item has been moved and second. Let's take a vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Is there any opposition? Not hearing any, this item will receive a favorable recommendation. Okay, the last item is PD 22-24. 8349 Macon Road, a planned redevelopment to allow 3 two-story duplex residential units, including mixed-use office building, affecting District 2, Super District 9. Can I get somebody to move this item? And second. Moved by Smiley and second by Chase Carlisle. Okay, who's here? Okay, please make a rest.
Good afternoon, Seth Thomas again with the Memphis Shelby County Office of Planning and Development. So the case for us is as Councilwoman said, a redevelopment of an existing retail office space into a mixture of uses, primarily 3 two-story residential structures, and then 1 corner office building with a sort of a live-work design with a living quarter on the second floor. Here's the location of the property. It's out in District 2, Super District 9 in Cordova. It's right at the corner of Macon Road and Macon Terrace. The zoning map, really this whole area is sort of a collection of PDs through the years. When this development originally came in, this was a PD amendment, which still would have received approval from a legislative body, but given the sort of mixture of outline plan conditions that were given by the applicant, we chose to just do this as a new PD. So as opposed to being part of the Cordova Grove plan development, this will become a new PD. It will be the Cordova Terrace PD. As you can see, the mixture of land uses surrounding it are institutional, a school sort of to the northeast, and then a kind of collection of office buildings and multifamily. Here's a site photo. I believe right now it's a State Farm office. The Cordova Grove plan development was sort of originally intended for commercial uses with a more residential feel or design. And so staff sort of feels that this application is sort of meeting that original PD design. Here's the plan development outline plan for the Cordova Grove plan development. And the final plat that's currently existing on the site. And then this is the concept plan that is being proposed by the applicant. And then the corresponding landscape plan, basically staying the same with the addition of some trees along the perimeter of the property. Here are some elevations done by Fleming Architects showing the design of the proposed buildings. And so in conclusion, the applicant is requesting a new plan development to allow for a mixed-use site. If approved, this site will be removed from the existing Cordova Grove plan development and will exist under its own outline plan conditions. Staff feels that this particular request will not unduly injure or damage the use value and enjoyment of the surrounding properties, and that the location and arrangement of the structures, parking areas, and other service facilities are compatible with the surrounding land uses. And we're recommending approval with outline plan condition changes. Those can be found on the staff report. It's pretty long and hard to list, but I'm open to any questions. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, thank you. I know you said the conditions are pretty long. What's the most serious condition that you're asking for?
Well, so we as staff are not placing any conditions on the development. Rather, the outline plan conditions that were submitted by the applicant are sort of what that particular condition means. And those outline plan conditions govern bulk regulations, the uses, and the landscape plate requirements. And we are in agreement with what was provided by the applicant. And so this will be an approval with those pre-sent outline plan conditions.
Okay. Not seeing anyone else having anything to address. Let's have a vote on this particular issue. All in favor, please respond by saying aye. Aye. Any opposition? please let it be known. I'm not hearing any. This matter does pass, and we'll be going forward with favorable recommendation. That's it for the Planning and Zoning Committee, unless someone else has something they desire to speak on. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the January 24th meeting of Transportation. Mr. Wilson, could I get a roll call, please?
Councilman Carlisle. Is present. Councilman Morgan. Here. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen Washington.
Present.
Councilman Dr. Warren.
Here. Oh, sorry. Here.
Present. And Dr. Warren. And Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
And Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
And Chair Canale.
Here. And Colvett, Chair observes a quorum. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda today, the monthly update from MATA, requested by yours truly, Ms. Malden. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon. I am Bakara Sanderson Malden, Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Memphis Area Transit Authority. We're pleased to offer this report of our activities for the month of December. Gary Rosenfeld, our Chief Executive Officer, was unable to join us this afternoon, as we also have our MATA board meeting today, so we are actually going to divide and conquer for today. So I know that the packet seems a little thick. We have a lot of information, but we pride ourselves in empowering you to have as much information right at your fingertips. So of course, as always, we're including the breakdown of our budget. As you can see, it takes a village to fund a public transportation system here in Memphis, and we are very, very appreciative to the city of Memphis for its role as our primary funder of public transportation. New this month, we're also including, we focus a lot on the operating budget, which of course the KPI slides that I normally go through every month kind of serve as the tracking for what the operating dollars are actually funding. But we're actually including a few things that deal with some of the capital projects that we have. And these are the major procurements that we have coming up for some of our major capital projects that we have coming up in the near future, over the next few months. Now, speaking of capital funding, we had an employee engagement we received the first of several electric buses. And so we heard our employees and we answered their cry. They want to know about stuff first, and so we answered. And so when our first electric bus rolled onto our lot, we had an employee engagement party called It's Electric. And so we hope to be rolling out our electric buses soon into the community so that they too can see and you too can see the difference between the standard diesel buses and the electric buses. And I'll tell you, it's a real quiet ride. So we're really, really excited about that. Our employees were excited to have the opportunity to drive and look at all the bells and whistles that they come with. Also, some of those dollars at work, we're in the process of putting together a state-of-the-art radio communication center, which will allow us to better track our vehicles when they're out on the road, which means we'll be able to make better real-time decisions about adjustments that need to be made, and we can see cameras. As you all probably already know, we have cameras all around our buses, and so this gives us the opportunity to have people in the radio communication center to look at that and to be able to make real-time decisions so that we can serve our customers better. Now, just a quick update on the winter weather of last month. We had to make some adjustments. We were proactive in terms of communicating with you all to let you know what our intent was. This slide basically shows how that actually played out. And the biggest change was that Friday, the 23rd, we weren't able to start service until 2 p.m. just because we had to wait for some of that ice to melt. But overall, here is the schedule that we were able to run. But our customers, of course, were able to use Omni Alert, MATA Tracker, as well as MATA social media, as well as the regular TV stations where we updated them with any changes to our service as well. We, in partnership with the Office of Emergency Management, picked up people from wherever we were dispatched to pick them up from. And over the course of the storm, we transported 383 citizens during that time. In addition to serving the warming centers, we continue to serve the Matter Plus customers that had life-sustaining needs such as dialysis. Moving into our normal KPIs, as you can see, our labor needs continue to fluctuate. We are down 45 fixed route operators, 29 in our maintenance, which is down by 9.3%. We're down 8 trolley operators. We're down 31 Matter Plus operators and 4 in our administrative support ranks. As you see, our total ridership is beginning to slightly trend upward. We, of course, had a sharp decrease in ridership because of the pandemic, but we are trending slow and steady, and we do expect to eventually realize the same level of ridership that we had pre-pandemic. Our ridership rankings continue to show the fluctuation of the 42 Crosstown, 36 Lamar, and 50 Poplar. They kind of alternated the top 3, of course, with our airport, our Perkins, and Central and Walnut Grove being the lowest ridership. And so every month we continue to track those, and we continue to do what we can to refine those, and we're looking for ways that we can get more customers where they need to go utilizing our routes. We have a breakdown of our ridership by mode, going all the way from our on-demand services, which is Ready and Groove, all the way through Matter Plus, the trolleys, and our motor bus, which is the standard fixed route transit. Now, this is something new. Yesterday, we had the opportunity to join transit leaders from across the state at our Tennessee Public Transportation Association board meeting. And this was just taken from a slide that TDOT shared with us about where the urban transit systems rank. So as you can see, Nashville is squeaking us out just a little bit. And I didn't put that up there to put us down. I put that up there because that's a challenge. We're actually looking to take that #1 spot over Nashville. So we take that as a challenge, but it's based on population size. And so because of all the things, the exciting things that are going on in the Memphis area, we look forward to hopefully taking over that #1 spot. But as you can see, Nashville, WeGo, and MATA are the 2 largest transit systems in the state. Our Ready ridership has fluctuated some, and keep in mind, these numbers are impacted by that winter storm. There were times that we weren't able to operate the Ready service, so some of our, like in that first Zone 1, which has been off the charts ever since we rolled the service out, the ridership has been down a little bit. But again, all of these numbers are impacted by that winter storm when we were very limited in our ability to service the community during that time. Our assessment center, which is the number of applications and calls that we take to get people certified for our Matter Plus service, which is our curb-to-curb ADA paratransit service. And then we've added some additional KPIs in our customer feedback by mode, as well as just tracking our comments overall. And so 98% of the 93 total comments that we received were improvement opportunities and suggestions. 2% of those were compliments. So really, we average about 21.8 comments per 100,000 boardings, which in the law of percentages, that's not horrible. Now, 1 complaint is far too many, and we're working to get better. But when you put it in perspective, those are pretty good. Those are pretty good statistics. And know that when all of you all contact our office to talk to us about customers or constituents that are calling you, those numbers are fed into these numbers as well. And then our top 4 comment categories, which is also new for this report, 20 of them were fixed route, were route operator, or 17 were because the customer felt like they were being passed up. 8 of them dealt with scheduling, and of course, 3 of them unfortunately dealt with what the customer saw as maybe an unsafe operation. And of course, all of our customer comments are always investigated, and we take our customer comments very seriously. We share them with our board, and so we're continuing to be customer focused and just making it easier for our customers to utilize our service.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I see that you're keeping up with your numbers. You know what's going on. You take it seriously. But for the council, we want to know if they say somebody is rude, how do you handle that with the employee? What kind of training do you have? What kind of repeat training? And are there any steps of discipline? Can you share that with us, please?
While I don't have the complete discipline code in front of me, I can tell you that we have coaching with that individual operator. And if we see a trend of multiple instances with the operators, there is a step discipline process that's outlined by our collective bargaining agreement.
Okay.
But it is something that we take very seriously, and we are tracking that. And we're trying to do a better job of tracking that and monitoring that. And that's what you're seeing as far as the output in our KPIs. So.
Okay. Next time you give us an update, please share with us what kind of training your employees get, especially around how to treat people with dignity and kindness. That's really important in the city of Memphis, especially at this time.
Absolutely.
Thank
and again,
you.
we are becoming even more customer focused. We are currently in the final stages of hiring a customer experience officer that is actually going to be over all of our customer service units on the phone, in the transit centers, work with our training department as well. Again, we're really trying to enhance the customer experience. And so you'll see a lot of additional new things, but I'll be happy to provide that with you as well. And we do have trainings planned down the line for later on this year for our entire staff, because customer service is important externally, but it's also important internally. And so we're really focusing on making sure that our employees are well-trained and well-versed in what's going on with matters so that they can communicate that information effectively to our customers and that they're as knowledgeable as they can be as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So we're continuing to track our Go 901 mobile, and you'll see the bookings and the tickets and the order stats that we have. And then, of course, we want to continue to remind everyone that we do have our matter tracker, which is available on our website to answer that question, where's my bus? So in the data behind our messaging, our media update, you see the media hits, the viewership and the like, and the total ad equivalency. And then our social media was up, of course, because a lot of people were looking at our social media to find out what our variance in operating schedule would be because of the holidays and the winter storm. So in the data behind the messaging, our Go 901 Transit had about 6,894 scheduled hits. Our website had 39,113 visits. And again, these numbers are slightly higher because a lot of people went to our website over the month of December just trying to find out how we were adjusting with the winter weather that was going on. We had several community outreach opportunities in the month of December. Our community outreach specialist was invited to speak at the Ruth Tate Senior Center. And we had our Stax Music Academy for the second year in a row serenade our customers at the transit centers. Last year, we did it at just Hudson. This year, we had a group at Hudson and we had a group at Airways. And so that went over very well, and we hope to build on that success and make it larger and larger every year. And then, of course, we participated in the downtown Christmas parade. That's always fun. And of course, last but not least, I wanted to give all of you all a shout out. We see that you're having the community meetings, and we were so excited to have attended the one that took place that was hosted by Councilman Edmund Ford Sr. We kind of invited ourselves to the meeting because I saw it on Facebook, and so we invited ourselves, and I'm so glad you did. I did, because we got the opportunity to speak, and we really appreciate that. And so I just wanted to put that offer out for everyone. We did have someone at the one that took place yesterday. I wasn't able to be there personally, but I do intend on attending the one that's scheduled for tomorrow. So, but we're accepting invitations. Invite us. If you're having a community meeting, please invite us, because we feel like serving the community is our joint responsibility, and we really want to be there side by side to put the information out in the community about what we have going on at Matter. And then lastly, we kind of mentioned this before, but we're hosting later on this week, Transit 101. It's kind of back to school, if you will, for elected officials, giving you all the basic information that you may need or that you may not need or that you always wanted about how transit works. Again, trying to empower everyone to have as much information as possible so that the decisions that you make, you kind of have little nuggets about transit in the back of your mind. So we hope that you will join us. We've got a fun-filled activity planned, and so we're looking forward to sharing with you all. And the QR code actually takes you. You hear us talk about transit vision, transit vision, transit vision. Why can't we have a bus stop here? It's because of transit vision. Why don't our routes go here? Well, it goes back to what we have in transit vision. Well, we actually included a QR code that will take you to the transit vision plan if you want to do a little pre-reading before you get to the Transit 101 class. So with that, I appreciate your time and attention and the opportunity always to present, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Ms. Malden. Chairman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Malden.
Good afternoon.
I'm looking at the slide that talks about the route ridership rankings, and you mentioned the airport. I'm just curious, with FedEx being there, is it because of the different hours? I would imagine that there could have been a greater ridership number with the number of employees that we have employed in that area.
Right. I think it's the different hours because we do have limited hours. You know, the airport never closes. And so I think the comings and goings of a lot of those employees impact whether or not they can utilize our service. We hope that over time, that's something that we'll be able to see grow. That's something that we'll be able, of course, you know, we have advertisements in the airport that advertise this route to people that's coming in. And so we'll do a little bit more to focus and let people know that are in the community that they can take their bus to the airport as well. So.
Now, so still thinking about that airport route though, and the fact that a lot of FedEx facilities are more so on Democrat, is there a route that goes down Democrat? Is that why we don't see greater ridership numbers in that general area?
It is. Those are two different ones, and so those statistics are actually expressed in a different route. So,
well, can you clarify that? What is again?
Well, I tell you what. For our next meeting,
I
will bring back the difference between the two routes so that you can see.
So
I can supplement it before we get to the next meeting.
Okay. Which one would be? I'm looking at this. Which one would be? So I see Winchester, I see Airport, and the numbers have changed since my years when I was riding the bus. So there are one of these the ones that sort of serve Democrat?
Yes, the Winchester.
The Winchester does. Gotcha. Okay.
But I will double check that. That's my recollection, but I'll double check that. And of course, I'll always reach out to you if I find out any differently. And
Okay. Yeah, you know, just thinking with the large number of employees out there, still understanding that they may have different hours, but it will seem like the numbers could be a little bit greater than that. Okay.
I think the numbers on a lot of our routes could be a lot different. People are coming back to transit slowly. It's a slow, steady increase. And so I expect the numbers for all of our routes to get back up. As you can see, if you go back to the slide that talks about how the ridership has fluctuated from FY19 all the way to 23, you know, there was a sharp drop during, the ridership numbers in total were like 510,000 back in FY19. And you see here we are in FY23 at this juncture at over 208,000. So it's, you know, we've got to bring people back to transit, and it's a slow and steady process, but we're making, believe it or not, we're ahead of the curve compared to a lot of other transit agencies. So we're going to continue to put the messaging out. We're going to continue to work with the airport and our other partners to get the word out. And I think even by you bringing it up today with the number of people that look at the council meetings, even that's helpful. So I think people are out there going, I can take matter to the airport.
Yeah, if they're watching this, we're going to take it up from 12 to 13 then, huh? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Councilman Warren.
Specifically, if I was someone who lived in Midtown, how would I take a bus to the airport to catch a plane?
I don't have the specific
group.
I don't have the
See, I think
specific- yeah.
that's sort of the issue is that most people asking that question don't know.
But there is a trip planner on our website, and we have our customer service agents that can answer that question specifically. Now, I could tell you in general how to get there, but what the rider wants to know is specifically, how can I get from this point where I'm standing right here to wherever I'm going? And that's what the trip planner is for.
And when you would say, just based on not knowing specifics, what do you think the time frame would be for going from Overton Park to the airport on the bus?
I mean, it would probably be over an hour. It would be over an hour to 2 hours.
An hour to 2 hours, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Because of the headways, unfortunately, because of the headways. I mean, unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of every 10 minutes, every 15 minutes, as you might see in other cities. Are we working to get there? Yes. And just even with the willingness that this council has expressed and investment in transit, we're hoping that we can get more investment so that we can put more money into our operating fund so that we can get there. Because we know that that's what our customers want. That's what they're calling for. So
I'm just wondering if the next, BRT needs to be coming up Airways and East Parkway to connect with the other to get to downtown.
Well, there's several other plans out there for additional BRT routes. The one that we're doing is kind of the east-west route there. We already got the funding for buses that will do the north-south, which kind of takes on the likeness or the characteristics of the 42 crosstown, if you will. That BRT route, we've already got the buses funded for that. And so we'll be going and applying for additional money for that service as well. And there are other plans for BRT service that are out there. So it's a slow and steady process to bring those additional things on, because one, we need the funding to bring those on, but we also need the funding to be able to sustain those levels of service as well.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, ma'am.
Chairman Jones.
Thank you. Just thought about something else. I'm looking at the fiscal 23 budget, the $8 million from Shelby County government.
Yes.
Is that recurring? I remember $1 million.
It's $1 million in the operating column.
Okay.
The other $8 million is for specific capital improvement projects.
Gotcha. And then the $77 million, was that for the new operations facility? Was that part of the bipartisan infrastructure plan, or was it just a specific carve-out?
Well, it was a little bit of both, but it was specifically the bipartisan infrastructure plan. We applied for it under the bus and bus facilities grant. And the reason why I say it was a little bit of both, because I think the highest award, I think our total awards that we received exceeded what the top level was that they said that would be awarded. So it was a little bit of both. And so really, really appreciate everyone's efforts to advocate for that funding. And so we're really excited about what that's going to look like in a few years when we get that built.
And I think there may have been some representation on the city side that they worked with you all in applying for that. But do you recall when the application was made? Because when we were having that discussion a couple of weeks, colleagues, I had my dates mixed up. And the fact is that the bipartisan infrastructure plan was approved in December of 2021. So we're talking about over a year ago. And so I know that these things take time, and this is still going back to, we've been asleep at the wheel where this money has been out there. But not matter standpoint, I'm just saying other type of grant opportunities that may have been out there, for you all to get it when you received it, meant that you didn't just apply online and got it award the next day.
Any grant, any funding that we get federally, it's a whole lot more than even applying online.
Of course.
There's a whole process that takes years and months of meetings, of advocating, of demonstrating the need, many months, far beyond when the application went in last year. Lots of conversations that you all have had, conversations that the MATA team had, conversations that Congressman Coyne had. It's many months of meetings and conversations and actions and visits and the like that resulted
No, but I applaud that because that $77 million that didn't have to come from here, money available, so I applaud Matt in doing so. I just would want to see us doing that on a greater basis
Well,
throughout the city of Memphis.
we are already working on additional applications because as great as that award was, it does not fully fund the building of that maintenance facility.
Gotcha.
And so we are already working on subsequent applications. And so we're gonna need your partnership in that as well.
Of course, you got it.
But the process, let's just say the ball is rolling much faster than it was.
Great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, anybody else? Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Malden, and thank you to the whole MATA team, especially during the cold temperatures, transporting our citizens to the warming center. That was greatly appreciated and much needed. And thank you for
Good afternoon. The January 24th, 2023 executive session of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Ms. Owens, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilwoman Johnson? Councilwoman Johnson? Councilwoman Robinson? Councilwoman Swearengin Washington?
Present.
Councilwoman Logan?
Present.
Councilman Ford? Councilman Warren?
Present.
Councilman Morgan? Councilman Carlisle? Councilman Canali? Chair Jones?
Present. Colleagues, items number 2 and 3 in executive will be held until our February 2nd meeting. The items that we will be holding will be item numbers 4, 10, 19. Those will be held until the February 7th meeting as well. We have 6 add-on items for this afternoon. Number 21 will be a resolution in support of efforts to reduce ethylene oxide emissions in the city of Memphis. District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by Council members Ford, Warren, Canali, Covette, Easter Thomas, Johnson, Jones, Logan, Robinson, Smiley, and Swearengin Washington. There's a request for same night minutes on this item. Item number 22 is going to be a resolution to allocate and appropriate $509,500 from the CIP budget for the development and improvement of Glenview Community Center, District 4, Super District 8, sponsored by Council members Ford, Warren, Canali, Covette, Easter Thomas, Johnson, Jones, Logan, Robinson, Smiley, and Swearengin Washington. There's a request to same night minutes for this item. Item number 23 is a resolution to allocate and appropriate $240,500 from the CIP budget for the development and improvement of Gooch Park pool and ancillary uses, District 7, Super District 8, sponsored by Council members Ford, Warren, Canali, Covette, Easter Thomas, Johnson, Jones, Logan, Robinson, Smiley, and Swearengin Washington. Request for same night minutes. Item number 24 is going to be a resolution to amend the council fiscal year 23 grant allocations. All council districts sponsored by Councilman Covette. There's a request to add this to our fiscal consent agenda for this evening. There's also number 25, appointments, request for same night minutes, and a request for same night minutes for the Memphis and Shelby County Film and Television Commission, the appointment of Gina Neely, and Memphis and Shelby County Economic Development Growth Engine, Mr. Jatin Kumar. Number 26 is accepting the donation of real property located at 2140 South 3rd Street, parcel IDs 050088, 00012, parcel, comma, 00001C, and 00013, totaling 9.02 acres, located in Memphis, 38109 District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by the administration, and there's a request for same night minutes on this item. So our same night minute items will be 3, 11, 12, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. The items that will be held until our February 7th meeting will be items 4, 10, 19, and our add-on items are those 21 through 26, and then the same night minutes, those that I just mentioned. So seeing no other further business to come, well, we have other items on here, I'm sorry. Looking at item number 4, colleagues, we have a joint resolution of the Memphis City Council and Shelby County Board of Commissioners requesting State of Tennessee Governor Bill Lee and the Tennessee General Assembly to amend the short rail line preservation program eligibility requirements to provide more accessibility for small and medium business grantees. This is going to be all council districts. Okay.
Second, could you have an explanation of that for us?
So, colleagues, you have in front of you several items, items number 4, 5, 6, and 7. These are going to be joint resolutions between Memphis and Shelby County, Tennessee. So the request for same night minutes on these items pretty much having to do with the General Assembly just starting up, trying to get things up to Nashville by the end of the month so that they'll have some shot of being passed. So,
Just wondering what that light rail and medium business, I don't understand it.
well, yeah, I'd have to, we still have some time here today because I was handed this the same time you all were. So I would say, we may want to go through and read some of these things, but mentioning too that these are items that are going to be jointly discussed. And so, between now and our afternoon meeting, we may go through and look at some of the verbiage of these things just to be clear what we voted on.
Here's it's basically like a high level look. A lot of transportation infrastructure, airports, et cetera, go from large block grants or large federal grants for access. So like you've got the Olive Branch Airport that has its main FBO, and then off of it are several private industrial companies that have access to that runway, just like FedEx does, right? And so they use federal grants for different purposes for infrastructure improvements. Long story short is you have major operators like BNSF, CSX, and Canadian National that operate in the city of Memphis, but there are also smaller users that aren't as eligible for those grants to connect into the rail yard, et cetera, from private areas. This allows greater access by changing the eligibility requirements for smaller logistics operators to qualify. Is a high level look. Yeah.
And correct me if I'm wrong, there was some discussion that we needed to take, and this might have been part of the bipartisan infrastructure plan, a provision of it. We needed to take an affirmative step to essentially say we want to be included when we're talking about if there are any proposals for light rail or some type of rail, well, not necessarily light rail, but at some point in the future, maybe a high-speed rail between Memphis and Nashville. We sort of have to put our name in the queue in order to be part of those discussions.
Yeah, we got hosed. So to Councilman Jen's point, there was a $1.8 billion line item in the infrastructure that was supposed to improve passenger rail, predominantly for Amtrak. And a big pitch was that the southeastern United States was going to receive more connectivity through the deal. I'm not sure that that's exactly what ended up happening. I don't want to accuse them of a bait and switch. I think if Makar is still here, I think there's a person from Amtrak that's coming to MATA's transportation panel or some panel soon. My point is to Jones's commentary is what is proposed now, even if it's built, does not have any connection for passenger rail between Memphis and Nashville, which means we're stagnated by going just from New Orleans, Memphis, Chicago, which is nonsense because if we can connect into Nashville, then we get the hub and spoke of what's going on from Atlanta. And then you think about something like Blue Oval, we're never going to have air service. It is unlikely that we will ever have air service between Memphis and Nashville again. And they've tried to reach everything under the sun. The point is that in order to have connectivity, especially if you have Korean companies, battery companies or whatever, like to be able to fly into Nashville and commute down to Memphis and Blue Oval via train makes all the sense in the world because you can work while you're doing it, et cetera. So it's kind of incredible that when they came out with that plan, they cut us off from that connectivity. So we need to be supportive, and the governor needs to make the ask of the federal administration to strongly consider making sure that we're connected if there's an expansion of the rail line.
And so I'll read a part of this too, just in for the record, one of the whereases. Whereas TDOT's rail grant programs should be more inclusive currently, funds are released to the rail charters and the charters pick the project to disperse funds. Small and medium-sized businesses that need to improve rail access to the facility are usually left out of these opportunities. Instead, the funds go to larger rail companies. So this is, now therefore be it resolved that the City Council, Memphis City Council and Shelby County government both support and encourage the Tennessee General Assembly and Governor Bill Lee to amend TDOT's short rail line preservation program eligibility requirements to provide more leeway for small and medium-sized business grantees. So that's the verbiage of this resolution that's being requested to pass it jointly. And
so we're not asking for the passenger line.
No, but I think this is a step in that direction. Yeah. And so I would move it, colleagues.
Second.
Okay. Yeah, mics are still hot, but looks like the monitors have gone dead. So, motion has been made that we approve this joint resolution for the Memphis City Council and Shelby County Board of Commissioners regarding the short rail line preservation program. Any other members want to speak on this item? Yes, with same night minutes, please. Seeing none, all those in favor, please indicate such by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. Colleagues, you also have in front of you a joint resolution of the Memphis City Council and Shelby County Board of Commissioners requesting the state of Tennessee Governor Bill Lee and the Tennessee General Assembly to ensure that Memphis and Shelby County receives its proportional share of funding from the United States Environmental Protection Agency Solid Waste Infrastructure for Recycling Grant Programs. So this is all council districts. There's going to be a request for same night minutes on this item. Okay, has been moved and seconded. So colleagues, you have the verbiage of this particular joint resolution in front of you. Does any council member want to speak on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. So that will be item number 28 on our agenda for tonight with same night minutes. Next, we'll have a joint resolution of the Memphis City Council and the Shelby County Board of Commissioners requesting State of Tennessee Governor Bill Lee and the Tennessee General Assembly amend Tennessee Code Annotated Section 67-5-501 to treat an investor's rental of 50 or more single-family residential properties in one county the same as an investor's rental of industrial and commercial properties for taxation purposes. All council districts sponsored by yours truly, and this is going to be a joint resolution as well. And so with request for same night minutes on this. I'll move it, seconded by Carlisle, and we have questions from Councilman Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I get a little more explanation on this one as well? So this is trying to tax them at a property tax rate of
commercial
40% instead of 25 of the assessed value. But wouldn't one of the quick loopholes be that everybody that has 200 properties, they'd essentially get 4 LLCs or 5 LLCs and divide the properties amongst those different entities, and so therefore they get under the 50 limit?
You do raise a point, and this is, I'm trying to see the exact language of this. One of the things, I got you called out, but one of the things we may have to amend it a bit to talk about common or cross ownership to prevent those types of things, because I can see an entity trying to skirt it by doing such.
Okay, yeah. Sorry. Go ahead, and that's just my question of the effectiveness of this. Does any other city or state that we know of operate this in a successful way?
That I don't know. I think that this is probably starting the initial discussions on it.
Yeah,
Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry. I just thought I'd hop in and add. We're not going to write the law right here, right now. At the very least, this says, hey, we're exploring any and all options under the table, and then getting your foot in the door on a policy, and then trying to shape best way to do it, right? So like exactly if X entity owns 51% of the common stock of whatever, or units of whatever the other LLC is, and not to mention most of the largest private equity players, to break that down into LLCs. I'm not saying they wouldn't do it to try and skirt the expense, but the amount of administrative work that they'd have to do may not even be worth it for them. The issue really isn't, unfortunately, here's the double-edged sword. It's probably the right thing to do. The double-edged sword is that will get passed down through the renter. Like that's the kicker, right? You raise an expense, they're going to pass it down to the renter, and the question is, what's the impact? But I think for the purposes of today, we're saying, hey, we want you to look at this. This is important to us. We're trying to find ways to hold these institutional private equity firms accountable. So I think for me, that's the heart of the resolution.
And it would get passed down to the renter, but then that would create a competitive advantage for the small business owner who's got 10 rental properties or the individual who's got 4 and that's part of their income, where they're going to be able to offer rental rates at a lower price than the mega corporation. So,
and you're not going to capture everybody, but even if you captured 40, 50, 60%, you're still getting that incremental revenue growth in the marketplace too.
I think for me, I'm just going to abstain on this until I can grasp this fully. I get exactly where we're going, but I want to understand this a little bit better. Thank you.
Look, and I think all of us, when we're sitting here in meetings, we get calls from people, "Hi, I want to buy your house," and these are not $8 million. Yeah, and so if 9.7. But if we're having these institutional investors coming in here who clearly have no truly residential helping to build the incomes or the wealth of Memphians by doing things like this. This is a way for us to address it and tackle that.
It's a terrific debate to have and conversation. I just want to think through the unintended consequences as we go through this. Yeah.
It's
Thank
fair.
you for starting it.
The only other problem too is like we've talked about this, is like those businesses still pay a franchise and excise tax. The thing is, the franchise tax is 6% of the adjusted gross income, which when you're buying property, you can, as a commercial purpose, you can take the depreciation down. So you can finagle your adjusted, to basically zero. So when they pay that 6% to the state, we don't get the remittance of it. So, and we don't have any control. Like we basically have to ask the state to create a separate use tax. And maybe that's another way to look at it. We want a privilege tax for institutional private equity, single family, whatever that is. But I think at the heart of this is saying, here's our idea. It's a problem, and it's not just a problem in metropolitan areas. It's a problem in suburban areas and rural areas. And so this is an idea from Shelby, from Big Shelby. And if you guys have a different one, we want to have that discussion, I think, ultimately. So anyway.
Yep. Okay. Any other colleagues looking to speak on this item? Seeing none, let me call for a vote on this item. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item, okay, so we have, for the record, we have one abstention on that being Councilman Morgan. Yes?
I didn't hear the entire debate. I'm going to abstain only because I haven't heard
Okay, so 2 abstentions on that. Abstention from Councilman Morgan and Councilman Covett. Colleagues, our next item here in executive is going to be a resolution of the Memphis City Council requesting the state of Tennessee Governor Bill Lee and Tennessee General Assembly expand the airplane mechanic program at Tennessee College of Applied Technology located here in Memphis by increasing funding and the number of students eligible to provide more accessibility for applicants. And I so move it. This is going to affect all council districts, and there's going to be a request for same night minutes. Colleagues, if you just read the caption, it seems pretty self-explanatory. I think many of us would be in favor of looking at what the incomes are in this industry and would be in favor of this item. So is there any council member that wants to speak on this item? Has been moved. And there was a second. Seeing no council members looking to discuss this item any further, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
May I make a motion to add items 4, 5, and 7 to this evening's consent agenda? 4, 5, and 7 from the executive. We'll hold 6 off the consent since it had 2 abstentions, but to add 4, 5, and 7 to this evening's consent.
So we can add items number 4, 5, and 7 to the consent agenda with no objection? Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Carlisle. So, colleagues, once again, so our add-on items tonight are going to be, items to be held are 4, 10, and 19. Our add-ons now are going to be.
You weren't holding for, were you?
No. Talking about the regular agenda. So now we're talking about the agenda. So our add-on items are going to be items number 21 through see, we're going to add some to. Oh, it was the same night items, so those will be on the fiscal consent agenda. Yes. Yeah, we're going to come back. Yeah. So sorry, colleagues, I skipped over one. Yes.
Go ahead.
Mr. Canal.
I have a question after you finish.
No, go ahead.
Can we pull item 13 off of MLGW fiscal consent and hear that separately?
We will, we can do that in the 3 o'clock meeting.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
Item number 13, you got it. So our last item for our executive colleagues is going to be item number 1, a resolution establishing a parks restoration fund and reallocating and reappropriating $500,000 from the fiscal year 23 CIP budget, District 6, Super District 8, sponsored by Councilman Carlisle and yours truly.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Turn it over to you, sir.
I'll move this for discussion.
And I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Colleagues, as we've discussed before, and as you may have been following along, inside and outside baseball, the city owns a park down on the river. It's had significant improvements to it and hosts an event every May that is important for the city's economic development as well as its identity and a good time. This body has done, and I'll say gone above and beyond to help facilitate and mediate resolutions in order for the park to have long-term success and for this event to have long-term success. At this point, we do not have the contracting authority. That lies solely with the mayor. And so the parties have gotten to a point in their negotiations where the mayor has agreed to discuss and help along, ultimately, because that authority rests with the mayor. And so as a part of that, this is a funding over a 2-year period up to $350,000 the first year and up to $150,000 the second year in order to protect the long-term viability of the park, in order to take out any sort of squabbling, probably a better word there. The city will have basically a referee when they move in and move out of the park so that they can determine how the funds will be dispersed and it won't go through a long contested dispute. I think this is a good option to try and move it along. And what I'd like to do is just go ahead and have this voted on in committee and be on the main agenda at our next meeting. And with that, I yield the floor, Mr. Chairman.
Colleagues, any other further discussion on this item? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes. So is there any other business to come before the executive? I'm sorry. Item 8. Oh, yes, I'm looking at the old agenda. I'm sorry. Item number 8 is a resolution recognizing the service and contributions of Gino Brownlee. This is sponsored by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Okay. Was this just going to be is this street naming? Okay. So seeing no, is there any objection to having this downstairs tonight with same night minutes? Seeing none, this item will be added with same night minutes. Is there any other business before executive? Okay, well, we will start up in about 50 minutes. Executive is adjourned. We'll get out. We'll get out.